Okay, everybody. Oh, real quick. Okay, everybody. Yes, that's my first announcement. Okay, wait. Don't you can get up, but you can go over there. Yes, both of you. But I'm going to need to go over there to sign for her. Everybody here. Do you see my badge? Do you see how it's yellow at the bottom? Does everybody have yellow ones? Does anybody still have black ones from yesterday? But just so everybody understands, you have to go back today to vote today. You need yellow. Not you can have both, just like Mr. Starr over there. But if you don't have yellow, then you can't vote. So just make sure that you've credentialed in for today, because we credential in each day. So that's announcement number one. And actually that's, at this point, my only announcement. I'm sure I'll have more as the day goes on. We are going to come to order, Jessica, we're going to come to order at 8:53, which is 8:30 Libertarian time. So can the secretary please give us our initial credentials?
Madam Chair, we have 92 registered delegates, which makes 46 a quorum.
Perfect. Okay. Yes.
Quorum's a
Yeah,
majority.
47. You can say so. I see a gentleman at the microphone, Mr. Dean.
Yes, Joe Dean, Santa Clara. Is this microphone working?
Yeah.
Joe Dean, Santa Clara County. I moved to amend an item previously adopted in the consideration of Bylaws Committee recommendation number 4. There was an amendment made to remove the comma after the words any and all, which was probably a good idea, but unfortunately it matched another comma after the word coordinating, which was not removed. So I move to amend that text by deleting the comma after the word coordinating. So the sentence makes no sense the way it is been left.
Okay, I need, you said how many people? We had 96? 92, either which way. I need 10 people standing or raising your hand. That's 10. I know, we've gotten really lazy this convention. People used to actually stand. I don't know what happened. Okay. I know. Is there any discussion on this removal of a comma?
It's number 4. It's on page 11 in the printed report.
Yes. Forgot to sign my name.
Page 11.
I know. That's why I reminded you.
Okay.
Here I am. Can you write it?
And the very end of that. There. So the way it stands now, it says each area coordinator shall be responsible for coordinating, comma, and assisting with any and all county organization activities in their respective areas of state. That the comma doesn't make any sense after coordinating.
Okay, does everybody see it, and is there any further discussion on the deletion of a comma? Hearing none, is there any objection to deleting the comma? Hearing none.
And it's to delete the comma, not the text.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so thank you. We have deleted the comma, so we have fixed the sentence.
Thank you.
And it is true that libertarians will argue over not only semicolons, but also commas. Oh, that's true. There was no argument, but they noticed it. Well, still, yesterday there was arguments about commas. So, okay, so we're at orders of the day for our second, this will be our third meeting in this session of our convention. Huh? What? No, it was 45 seconds. Doubletree, morning, afternoon. It's our fourth meeting of this session of the convention. Let's argue. And precisely. And we're at orders of the day, which is to complete the bylaws committee report. So, Ms. Tewksbury.
My computer's not on. I'm gonna pull it up here. Bylaw 5, Section 1. We are adding some words and we are deleting some words in this proposal. The impact of this is clearer language and updates to match how new members join the party. So currently it says individuals may be members. We're changing that to become members of the State Central Committee by, and we're adding, meeting the following requirements. And then under 1, we are striking becoming a holder of California public office that is subject to election other than County Central Committee. And we are adding holding elected public office in the state of California. Being a member of a county executive committee does not meet this requirement. And then in 2, we are striking making application and paying. We are changing that to paying, just for clarity. And that is all.
Okie dokie. So we're going to discussion, and I see the hand up. Thank you for the hand.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Okay, first I want to divide the question. I think the...
Yes.
Who am I? I'm sorry. I'm Aaron Starr. I'm from Ventura County.
And be sure to speak.
I'm a newbie.
Be sure to speak up into the microphone for
All right.
everybody.
So 2 things. I want to divide the question so that the first sentence is its own item that we're considering, and then the other 2 together. I have no issue with the other 2 changes, but there's a problem with the very first one. So the problem with the very first one is it says individuals may become members, blah, 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 but there's nothing about what you have to do to maintain your membership if you do this. We had the old language was you must to be. So the way this is written right now, it sounds like you become a member by paying dues just that one time. You're a member forever. So I don't think that was the intention here. So I'd say vote down the first part of the proposal,
It doesn't say I don't know, it just says to
and
do.
the second part, the C1 and C2, I think should be adopted.
Okay, so your motion is to divide the motion into 2 parts or 3?
2 parts.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I'm clear. And the first part is going to be
So
number 1, and the second part.
Right, so no. The
Oh,
first sentence where it
got it.
says individuals may become, that sentence change, that's the first thing to consider. The second thing to consider is the 2 changes below that, right there, correct. So the problem up in the first one is individuals may become. Become is a problem because it sounds like it's a permanent status after that.
And we actually just changed it from become to be
Exactly.
in 2021.
Exactly, so this,
Just thought I'd mention that.
thank you.
Deja vu all over again. Okay, is there a standing second of hands for to divide the question? I see far more than 10. We will go to discussion on the first part of the divided question, which is changing individuals may become members of the Central Committee to be. And then,
Can I suggest, just for ease, that we just adopt, that we consider the latter part first,
sure.
and then...
Okay. So the latter part, that's not that part, is we, instead of saying becoming a holder of California public office that is subject to election other than County Central Committee, we say holding elected public office in the state of California, being a member of a county executive committee does not meet this requirement. And then 2, making application and paying such dues as prescribed. We're taking away the making application and paying and just say paying. Is there discussion on that part of it?
Point of information.
Yes?
Does this mean that anyone so a Republican can be on the Central Committee if he's getting elected sent to a public office?
No, because further in that bylaw, which is not shown here,
Okay.
it says that you have to be registered Libertarian if eligible, and so therefore somebody elected as a Republican wouldn't be registered Libertarian, so therefore they couldn't be a Central Committee member.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any further, or any discussion? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of this portion of the divided question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much. That passes. So we will then go to the second part of the divided question, which is the first sentence of Bylaw 5, Section 1, where it says individuals may become members of the State Central Committee by meeting the following requirements. It will be changed. I see your hand, but I'm going to finish read. It will be changed to individuals may be members of the State Central Committee by meeting the following requirements. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I was happy with just changing become to be, and the rest of that sentence is fine.
That's what I thought that the motion was, so I got it right? Excellent. Okay.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, point of group privilege, Scott Lieberman, Santa Clara. Can the secretary go back to what he was doing yesterday with the split screen?
Can the secretary do that?
Yes, I was told by some people that it was not readable that way, but I guess we'll just have to muddle through.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Graham Brown, Alameda County. So if the concern is that it could be interpreted to be suggesting someone could pay their dues once and then no longer be required to pay to remain a member, I'm just looking at number 2 under C, and to me it says paying such dues as prescribed by the executive committee seems like it could build in that kind of expectation that we're having an annual membership or annual payment, right? So I don't support, so I support keeping the language as recommended in the
Yes.
document.
Thank you.
Speaking in favor of changing it to be rather than become, it's not just the issue of dues either. It's also residing in California. One of the reasons we made some of this change was we had a whole lot of out-of-state members, and we only wanted people that were lifetime members, to retain that if they moved out of state. But if you have become, then you also have the issue of you move out of state, and we're right back to the problem that we work kind of hard to solve of so many out-of-state members.
Thank you. Yes.
Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County. I'm in favor of changing it back to B or leaving it at B, mainly because having been reading through the membership requirements, there's a lot of little things that prohibit you from being a member in different sections, but it's really hard to remove you as a member as long as you meet the qualifications that you met when you became one. So I think you can be. What I really like about it is nobody gets to decide whether you're a member or not. They just get to check and see whether you meet the qualifications, and then you're basically, if you meet the qualifications, pay the dues, make the application, whatever, you are a member, and you can't be kind of removed unless you do something that is a great violation. So I'm speaking in favor of be rather than become.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we're going to go to a vote on the second portion of the divided.
I have a question, point of order.
Yes, sir.
Was this language amended as part of the division of dividing the question? Or what is on the floor now? Is there an amendment to change
Yeah.
become to becoming, to be?
Yes.
That's the amendment.
Yes.
It's not the whole thing.
No. So everybody understands, the amendment is just simply to change become to be. So it will now, if this were to pass, and we're going to be voting on the amendment and then the second half of the divided as the main motion, but this is the amendment right now. And the amendment is individuals may be members of the state central committee by meeting the following requirements. Okay, so does everybody understand what they're voting on? It's an amendment to your amendment. Okay, so her request for information is, how is this amendment if it's putting it back to the way that it was going to be? What we're talking about right now is a motion that was made, and the motion that was made is individuals may become. This is an amendment because it's taking out the come. So it's an amendment to the motion. There's still the rest of the sentence that they're, that. Okay, because there was a question, and it was actually from the Bylaws Committee Chair, I just want to make sure nobody else has a question on what they're voting on. Okay, we're going to go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, that passes. Now the amendment becomes the main motion. We will do another vote. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed? Okay, it passes. So both of those have been disposed of, and we've changed that from B to become to B. And was this the last one? Okay. All right, so that concludes that portion of the agenda. So the next item on the agenda is, yes, thank you all.
So, Madam Chair, there is still actually additional business there. So we've had
Oh, and actually, that's the end of the report. There were some things that were put in with advance notice. So we will hear those now. And I will recognize Mr. Starr.
Actually, I have something I'd like to submit without advance notice, but I think it'd be more fair if the person who submitted with advance notice gets to be heard first. So
Okay, then I have a question for the people here. There was one gentleman that made a motion with advance notice, or a possible amendment with advance notice on star voting system that was not going to be able to be here today. It was my understanding somebody else was going to make that motion for him. Is there somebody else in the room that's going to make a motion for him? Or does anybody even know what I'm talking about?
So actually, Madam Chair, if that person's not there, then I would like to bring up my item.
Okay, I just thought that I'd check to see,
Okay,
because he was going to
thank
have
you.
somebody in the room.
I didn't want to be impolite to whoever it was.
No, he's not here.
Okay.
So if that person who said that they were going to do it for him appears, we'll allow that, but I don't know who that person is. Okay, so Mr. Starr.
Yes, so basically, this will be a change to Bylaw 12, Section 3. So today, and why don't we just scroll down to the language on this next page with this next paragraph right here. And if you can kind of make it a little bit easier to see by shrinking it a little bit, I'll read it out loud. That may be better. Currently, it says the executive committee may also transact business by telephone conference or other electronic communications where the members can meet in real time. In such meetings, the normal rules of the committee apply as to quorums and voting. At least 7 days' notice is required if business is to be transacted in such a fashion. That's the current language. I want to append to it the following language. Unless all members of the executive committee attend the meeting and each expressly waives such notice at the beginning of the meeting. So that's my proposal. So that sentence will then read in its entirety. At least 7 days notice is required if business is to be transacted in such a fashion, unless all members of the executive committee attend the meeting and each expressly waives such notice at the beginning of the meeting. If there's a sufficient number of seconds, I'd like to speak in favor of my motion.
Okay, and was that given to the secretary to put up?
Yes, it is.
And I can't see from here.
That's why it's on the screen.
Okay, I can't see the screen from here, which is why I asked the question.
Got it.
So it's on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, could I see your copy of it just so I know what I'm talking about? Because I don't see the, thank you. Okay, so a motion has been made from the floor for an amendment. And is there a standing second? This will need 10 people.
Second.
Okay, that's more than 10. Okay, now you have 30
Right.
seconds to speak to your,
30 seconds, okay. So I've heard complaints that it just really interferes with the ability to do business if you have to artificially wait 7 days. I mean, I understand having 7 days notice so people can plan around that. But if everybody says, you know what, I can make it earlier, and I'm waiving notice, well, why not be able to do business under those circumstances? So if you can arrange a meeting in 3 days and nobody's deprived of being able to participate, let's have the meeting. Why have this artificial barrier? So I think it makes common sense. I hope you guys adopt it. I realize it requires 3/4, and I'm springing it on you, but I think it's reasonable.
You get your consents out of my party.
okay, we're now going to go to discussion. Yes, sir.
I completely agree with Mr. Starr, therefore I call the question.
Okay, and by the way, your name, especially if you're going to call the question, you need to say your name.
Michael Lima, Alameda County.
Thank you so much. Okay, so the question has been called. This will require a 2/3 vote.
I object to calling the question.
Oh, you objected? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay. There's been an objection to calling the question, so all those in favor of ending debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Is it really ending debate if we didn't have a debate?
Well, that is true. Okay. Yeah. Well, let me keep it one more second so I can read it before we vote. Yes.
Can you hear me? I am losing my voice and I'm speaking through a mask.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I hope I don't have to introduce this as an amendment, a bylaw amendment. I'm hoping it can be handled as a technical change. But right now, in multiple places in the bylaws, excuse me?
One second. We're about to go to a vote.
Oh,
The
I'm
question
sorry.
is this about
No,
this
no,
thing?
I'm sorry. I thought we'd already done that.
No. The only thing we've done is voted on ending debate. So hold on a minute and then we'll get to you, but that's not this. And okay, so we're going to a vote on this. All those in favor, and I will, just so everybody, once again, since there wasn't any much debate, this is in bylaw 12, section 3, when it talks about special meetings. And what this will add is currently we have at least 7 days notices required if business is to be transacted in such a fashion. This will add, unless all members of the executive committee attend the meeting and each expressly waives such notice at the beginning of the meeting. So in other words, we could have a meeting very quickly electronically in case of emergency. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the motion passed with a 3/4 majority.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think that's what this is. I just want to request that new power or authority is not used to raise the debt ceiling.
Thank you. I hope not. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I hope this can be considered a technical change that the style committee can deal with. Otherwise, I will.
We don't have a style committee.
Oh, well, whoever fixes things that are broken. All right, I mean,
That's this
okay,
body.
the problem, let me know if I need to formalize this as a motion because I'm not quite sure how to word it. There are several places in the bylaws, I think mostly one section, but multiple times, we use the initials IRV for individual, for instant runoff voting. That phrase is no longer being used. Instant runoff voting is the single seat version of ranked choice voting. And that is the common way this topic is being described everywhere, because people are now also starting to talk about multi-seat ranked choice voting, or PRCV, and they follow together. So I would like to, in order to keep up with the times, I would like us to get rid of the initials IRV everywhere we use them and replace them with CRV. RCV, I'm sorry, I'm getting a cold. This is why I'm wearing a mask. And I brought some wipes if anyone's worried about the microphone.
Okay, so
RCV
it's,
is
yeah,
replaces-
it's ranked choice voting, which is RCV, and we currently use IRV. I believe that that would be a bylaws amendment from the floor. It would require a 3/4 vote. It would be an admissible amendment. I believe that the bylaws, it's the only,
I think it's
actually,
on-
it's not in the bylaws, it's in the convention rules,
Oh,
right?
but that's- we're dealing that with here too, aren't we?
Huh?
I saw it somewhere when I was reading.
I
this.
believe, the reason why I'm saying this is I believe it's in the convention rules, which actually does have a different vote threshold.
Okay.
Am I believe it's in
Yes,
the rules, rule of voting.
I just wasn't
And,
sure.
and
Yes,
the only
Madam Chair.
places that it's noted are for the two, the election of party officers. That's the only place that we use IRV,
There's-
currently IRV.
There's one other one, Madam Chair. So it's Rule 10, Section 2 uses IRV, and then Rule 11 also uses IRV.
Okay, and I was doing it by memory, so, because I don't have it in front of me, so I was close. Okay, so there's two
50%.
instances, so Ms. Mattson.
But it's not just IRV, it actually, in one, at least one of the instances, it says instant runoff
Oh,
voting.
yeah.
So it's not just changing IRV, but the phrase instant runoff voting.
Okay, so I believe that the motion, can I see the bylaw?
Thank you.
I mean the rule, okay. Okay, so, all right, so just so you guys all know that this is a change, this is a amendment to the rules, not to the bylaws. And Section 2 of Rule 14, amendments of these convention rules shall normally take effect at the close of the convention in which the amendments were adopted and shall require a majority vote of the convention. Amendments to these convention rules, which will take effect immediately upon adoption, shall require a 2/3 vote. I'm assuming that this does not have to take effect immediately.
No.
So this would require a majority vote. So I think that your motion that you're making, if I heard it right, is that in Rule 10, election of party officers, when we get to Section 2, and it says elections will be conducted using instant runoff voting, parenthesis, IRV, that would be changed to ranked choice voting, RCV.
Correct.
And then the exact same change would be made in Rule 11, election of area coordinators, for exactly the same thing, instant runoff voting in the second paragraph, first sentence. IRV would be changed to ranked choice voting, RCV. Is that how I heard you make your motion?
That is correct.
Okay, and does the secretary have that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, do I have a standing second of 10 people?
You're kidding.
Okay, we've got 10 people. We can go to discussion. You can speak to your motion for 30 seconds.
It's just, I think we need to keep up with the language which is being used by the public so they understand what we mean. You're going to see less and less of the phrase IRV and instant runoff voting because we now have a statewide coalition trying to promote ranked choice voting, and that's the terminology they're using, and you're going to be hearing that terminology a lot. It's just to clean up.
Okay, over here.
Joe Dean, Santa Clara County. I don't think it's necessary to make this change at this time. If the language is evolving, this can be considered by the next bylaws committee. The only cases where we mention this are apparently for area coordinators and officers, which are single winner, and everybody understands IRV is the single winner case of ranked choice voting. So it's fine the way it is. If we want to clean up the language, it's the right place to do that is not from the floor, but by somebody reading through the whole bylaws and considering it and coming up with a proposal. So please vote no on this.
Okay, is anybody else at this microphone? Okay, yes, sir?
Mark Jaffe, Contra Costa County. Before I make my motion, I just want
There-
to ask as a point of information whether after we have this vote, whether it would be in order for somebody to make a motion to terminate all further discussion of the bylaws and move on to the election of officers.
My man.
It's just a point of information, I'm just asking.
You can. I mean, it would be a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda if anybody else had anything that they wanted to do, which would require a 2/3 vote.
Okay. I move to call the question. Mark Jaffe, Contra Costa
Okay.
County.
All right. So I just wanted to
Yes.
make sure that you remembered that we were in a vote. So perfect. All right. So the question has been called. Is there any objection to ending debate? Hearing none, we will go to a vote. Again, I'm not going to go read the whole thing, but these are amendments to the election rules, which are changing IRV to RCV in 2 locations, words and acronym. All those, and it requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. Okay, that fails. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I have a motion without notice. The secretary has a flash drive that has the text of it. I'm going to bring you a printed copy, and my motion will not alter any wording of our quorum rule. It's going to move the location of the quorum rule, and I'll explain why.
Okay, and she got to it before you.
Okay.
Sorry, and she was next, because I go back and forth. Sorry. And you called the question last. Okay, yes.
All right, so my motion is to move the quorum rule that we have, which reads, in Convention Rule 2, Section 3, delegates shall register each day of the convention. Each day's quorum shall be a simple majority of those delegates registered for that day. So I just want to keep the same language, but move it from the convention rules to the bylaws. So this would be inserted as Section 4 of Bylaw 19, and we would renumber the remainder of that section.
Okay, so this will require a standing second. We still have, I need 10 bodies standing or raising your hands.
It really is important. I'll explain in a second.
2, 3, 4. Okay, we've got more than 10, so we will now go to debate. And Ms. Matson? Purcell?
So this is to keep us from getting Oregoned, okay? I don't want any arguments that because this quorum is in the rules instead of the bylaws, that it's not a valid way to establish the quorum. It is in the nature of the bylaw. Quorum needs to be in the bylaws. There are sections of Roberts that people may read and say putting your quorum in the rules is insufficient. And so I want to move it to the bylaws, remove any doubt. Clearly, we intend for this rule to establish our quorum, so let's put it in the right place so that there are not arguments about that could kind of leave us in a bind, like Oregon.
And, okay, so, and our parliamentarian just said that he wanted to mention that he agrees with this. And I'm not speaking in debate, but just keep in mind it's very easy to amend the convention rules. I just said that for the last thing. And Roberts is very clear that quorum should be in the bylaws. So I think this is.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
is the motion that I asked about earlier now in order?
No. 'Cause-
Unfortunately, you
Okay.
missed
my window.
so be ready and not be the last person that did something, because if you're the last person that did something, I'm going to go to the other side before I go to you again.
Got it.
So I'm just saying, if it,
Okay, I move to, I'll just say one thing. We will survive another year with the bylaws and convention rules as written. We will not survive another year if we screw up the elections that are coming up, and we need time to do that. So with that in mind, I call the question, or I move to call the question.
well, you just called the question. The question's been called. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, we will go to a vote. And, actually, I do have a question. Right, so it would be one vote, right. So it does need,
Point of information, Madam Chair. I just want to understand something.
Yes, sir.
If for some reason this rule were ever to be eliminated because someone suspended it, would the quorum then become a majority of all the members in California? In other words, would we not be able to even meet the quorum requirement if this thing actually was accidentally or on purpose removed from the rules and not put into the bylaws?
My understanding would be that would be correct, because we have currently, I believe, plus or minus 1,000 Central Committee members. It would mean that if this were deleted, we would need 501 people plus or minus
Right.
to have quorum to do any business of this body.
So that,
And that probably wouldn't happen. So to answer your question, you are correct in what you've just asked.
okay, so that's why we need it in the bylaws.
Okay. So if there's no other privileged motions, requests for information, or anything, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It passes. Thank you. And yes, ma'am.
Hi, Renita Sussman, Ventura County. I move to add the following language at the end of Bylaw 19, Section 2. In the event that the Executive Committee determines fewer than 120 days prior to the convention that the location previously noticed for the convention has become unsuitable for the party's use, the Executive Committee shall select a new location and shall provide notice as soon as practicable to the membership of such new location. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the Executive Committee shall not select a new location for the convention fewer than 14 days prior to the convention, and any new location selected by the Executive Committee shall not be more than 10 miles away from the initially selected location of the convention.
Okay, so that's a motion from the floor for a bylaws amendment. Was the secretary able to put that up on the screen? I believe that language was sent to the executive committee.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to need a standing second of 10 people to consider this. Okay, we've got more than 10. So would you like to speak to your motion? You've got 30 seconds to speak to your motion. Or is it 30 or is it? Just speak.
Okay. I don't have that much to say. I just think that this is a reasonable change to make, and it will help everything go more smoothly in event that we have a situation where the convention space is not suitable, and it will just make things go a lot easier moving forward.
Okay. Yes, ma'am?
I'm going to speak against. This year is a pretty big anomaly. It's not something that routinely happens. You could end up, 14 days is awfully short notice to tell people that we're changing things up. People could have rooms in the other hotel that can't cancel and that kind of stuff. You could have issues with that. Depending on what the original location was, the restriction of 10 miles may not be sufficient, right? You know, if you pick something on the edge of town, maybe there's not another suitable location, and this would lock you in on your distance. So I'm concerned that to solve one problem, we may be creating others. And so I'm speaking against this motion.
Yes, sir.
Michael Lima, Alameda County. I move to call the question.
Okay, and you don't need to move because it's a single thing that one person does.
Motion?
It's not a motion. You're just calling
I'm
the question.
calling the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I just figured my last little thing to say. Is this something?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just in line.
Okay. All right. So the question has been called. All those in favor of ending debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. We will end debate and go to a vote on this motion.
Request for information?
Yes, sir.
This is 2/3?
No, this is 3/4.
Okay.
This is from the floor. This would require a 3/4 majority. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. That did not get 3/4 vote. I need 10 people standing to call for division. Okay, we've got plenty more than 10 people, so we're going to go to a counted vote. And keep in mind, this takes 3/4, and that sounded like the same number of voices. But if I was wrong, you know. Okay, first things first, everybody that is voting in favor of this motion, please stand and have your yellow badges.
Twenty-three. I might not be necessary. No one's coming up.
42 to 62 it fails. Okay. I knew there was no way that was 3/4. Sorry. But plenty of people stood for counted vote. And now, Mr. Jaffe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to amend the agenda to end all further debate on the bylaws.
And I might make this even easier. Was there anybody else that wanted to do anything with the bylaws?
Okay, we don't need it. Thank you.
So we don't need to do that because we're gonna be at orders of the day, which is that we finished. And Mr. Hinkle.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
I've become aware that a lie is floating around regarding my role as the membership chair for the Libertarian Party of California, that I only made phone calls to get people to renew in Santa Clara County. That is a blatant lie, and I want to expose it as such. I made phone calls from San Diego all the way to the Oregon border. I don't know if anybody's here, but I've been trying to get people to renew for at least several months by direct phone calls and emails. So that I just did Santa Clara County is a blatant lie.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Kelly
sir.
Cardin, Kern
Yes.
County.
Yes,
I'd like to just address the body for a quick moment, if I can.
absolutely.
All
Is
right.
this a point of personal privilege?
Of course, yes, ma'am, a point of personal privilege.
That's what I'm going to call it.
All right.
Go for it.
I'm going to stand over here so I can see everybody. Good morning, central members of the Libertarian Party of California. Tomorrow is the year that I stood before you, and I give a passionate plea for your endorsement to run for office. It was the honor of my life to be entrusted with holding the torch of liberty on your behalf in Kern County. I earned over 30 media appearances. I was in the paper, I was on the radio, leftist and right. I shut people up on CRT, and I fought for freedom for your children. The best part, I ended up on live TV in a televised debate, where quite frankly, I whipped that incumbent's ass. Even though I lost, I ended up in a local seat in my hometown, the same town I've lived in for my entire life. My family's been there since 1965. My children are in the same schools that I walked through the halls when I was a child. It's been amazing. In 2 months, I've given multiple speeches. I've been asked to sit on multiple committees locally in Kern County, and I'm advancing liberty at every opportunity that I have. I've built my brand, and I promise I'll continue to learn so much. I hope we can get through these elections and we can get back to the work, liberty in our lifetimes. It's the only thing that matters. And in closing, I look forward to the day that I can stand before you once again and ask for an endorsement for an even higher office. And I promise that I'll continue to make you proud. That everything that I do is for my children and for the people that I fight with alongside tyranny, against tyranny, with my fellow fighters of the Central Committee of the Libertarian Party of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardin. And truly, thank you. You're doing amazing work, and you're doing amazing work for liberty in our lifetime. So I commend you, and I thank you. All right, everybody. So where we're at now is orders of the day, which is going to be elections. Before we start the elections, and actually, can I use your thing? So before we get going, we have several elections today. Pretty much everybody is being elected today, except for, I think, 3 seats, possibly. So, how do we do it? As we've just explained, for party officers, we use IRV or ranked choice voting, whichever you'd prefer to call it. And so, multiple nominations can be made from the floor. And this is for all officers, as well as area coordinators. We're doing all of those today. So for those, we have instant runoff voting, which means not that we have, like at national, they have multiple ballots. What we do is we have multiple ballots all within one ballot. So even though you're doing one ballot, you're really possibly doing several ballots. And because of that, you rank the people. If nobody gets a majority on the first round of counting, it gets adjusted. We go to the next round. Somebody drops out. Does everybody understand how IRV works? Okay, so we have one extra little thing. Huh? It's RCV or IRV. It didn't pass, so I'm going to keep calling it IRV for right now, because that's what's in our bylaws, or our convention rules. But one thing that we do as libertarians that's slightly different is we allow people to vote for none of the above. So in that case, with none of the above isn't an entity, it's not a person, it's a concept, but it's an option, and it's an option on every ballot per our bylaws. That's in our rules, and that's a libertarian thing, which means that being we have multiple ballots, all on one ballot, NOTA could be ranked in that as well. So I just want to make this announcement so everybody understands. Next thing, when we get to the at-large, I'll explain how we do that then, because I don't want to say too much about explanations all at once. We're going to do what we're doing right now. I will need tellers for the elections. So, yes, sir.
Kenneth Olson, Kings County. I just wanted to make a point of personal privilege. You just spoke about NOTA being an option in all elections. I've got a bunch of NOTA pins if anybody wants them over here. So come on over if anybody wants a NOTA pin.
Okay.
Point of personal privilege?
Yes.
What happens if NOTA gets elected?
So if NOTA gets elected, which is not NOTA doesn't get elected, because what NOTA is nobody, right? It's none of the above.
So what if NOTA wins?
But if yes, if somebody happens to be named NOTA, then we're in trouble. So don't change your name today, okay? No, if NOTA gets a majority of the vote, then what happens is that nominations are open from the floor again, and other people can be nominated and accept the nomination. The only ones that cannot be nominated are any candidate that lost to none of the above.
Okay. Can we also recess for 5 or 10 minutes before the elections happen?
Actually, I was going to ask for that so that we can get everything set up with tellers and index cards. I think that we need a brief time to get ourselves ready, but I just kind of wanted to go over the framework. To what? We're not there yet, because okay, you know, if there weren't objections in libertarian rooms, that would be wrong. Yes, sir.
Point of information about the procedure. If somebody does want to vote NOTA, I recall in previous times we've done these elections, the instructions were that you could either rank people or vote for NOTA, but not both, and this involves how the counting gets done. And it sounded like you were saying that NOTA was an option that could be ranked, which sounds different. So I'm not sure which one it really is. Just I think everybody needs to know what the rule is.
I believe we've done it wrong at some points in the past, but I've actually talked to several people that are very involved in ranked choice voting, as well as other people in the party, and my understanding, based on that, and somebody can make a point of order if they'd like. I mean, this is my understanding, is that because our bylaws are specific that NOTA has to be on every ballot, that means that NOTA can't be dropped. And also it gives you the option of NOTA because we're having multiple ballots. So as the analogy I gave, at national, they don't have IRV. They have separate ballots. And an election can go 10 ballots for one election. But on every single one of those ballots, NOTA is always an option. And I think we all remember at the last national convention, it came down to 2 candidates, NOTA and the vice chair that was elected. And in the end, the vice chair won, but that's because NOTA maintained on the ballots throughout the process, and there was multiple ballots. So that is the way that we're going to proceed, because I've been told that is the appropriate way to match our bylaws.
I'm still not sure what the answer is.
So
is the answer that you can put NOTA and then other people below it if you want to?
It doesn't have any effect.
Okay, none of the above is none of the above. So the way that you can do this in IRV is you could put NOTA first. You could do that, and then you could put people below NOTA. Or you could put a person first, and then NOTA, and then another person. Or you could just put people, or you could just put NOTA.
Point of information?
Yes.
If a person puts NOTA on their ranked choice ballot, any choices below that will never be used because NOTA is on every ballot.
Right.
So NOTA should be your last choice.
Actually, you're correct. You're correct. I said that wrong. NOTA can be first, it can be second, it can be third, but it can't be fifth with two other, it can't be with other people below it. So, because NOTA never drops off. So if, once you get to NOTA, you're saying none of the above, which is really none of the below.
Yeah, I think she answered. I think you just answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
There is one still ambiguity. What are you going to do with the ballots if somebody is crazy enough to submit one with somebody ranked below NOTA? Are you going to throw out the ballot, or are you just going to not
We're not
count
going to count.
it? Okay, so it will not invalidate a ballot.
Yeah, once you get to that point, once NOTA's there, nothing below happens because it does not invalidate the ballot.
There's just no chance that things ranked below it will ever be used.
Right.
Yeah.
Precisely.
All right, so I just want to point out, I think some of the confusion is because national has a specific rule which says you can put NOTA or candidates, and sometimes that confuses about what our rule here is, but we don't have that rule here. So I think that's where the confusion has come from in the past, because there's a national rule like that.
Yes, sir.
Point of information, if you only want to rank one person for the position, do you just put their name as the first name, or do you have to put their name 5 times or 3 times or whatever number?
No, and yeah. So the ranked choice voting, if you put their name 5 times, that would be silly, because that would be like if you, yeah. I mean, if they're eliminated. So no, you can't do multiple votes. But you can absolutely, and just to be clear, you can absolutely put one name on that ballot if there's one candidate. You could put 2 things if there's one candidate, I suppose, in ranked order. If we have 10 candidates, there could be, 10 things that you put down. You don't have to rank everybody. You don't have to have everybody on your ballot. Does that make sense? But you don't want to have the same person on the ballot multiple times, because that doesn't make sense. No. No, because if they're not going to get.
Can I try and clarify that?
Yes, ma'am.
The reason it makes no sense to put the same person down multiple times is because the only time your vote is going to transfer is if your first choice is eliminated. So if you put the same person as your second choice and they've been eliminated because they failed the first choice, then it's not going to change anything. So it makes no sense to put anything. There are differences, however, between making your last choice NOTA and then not putting only ranking some of the candidates. Both are options. If you only rank, say, 3 out of 5 candidates, what you're saying is, if these 3 people are all eliminated, I don't care who wins. If you vote for 3 candidates and then NOTA, you're saying, I don't want any of the remaining candidates to win. So there is a difference in interpretation that you need to be aware of.
Okay. Yes. Okay, so I'm going to need tellers for these elections.
I'm offering to volunteer myself as a teller.
Okay, so that's Alicia and Avens and Mix-Belinsky. Alex. I think we need 3 typically. I'm sorry? Okay, so that's 4. And no, you absolutely can still vote. The only thing is that means that you have to go and you have to vote, or you have to count votes. Okay. Okay, and then so we've got to get stuff together. So I am going to ask that you'll indulge me in a 7-minute recess to get the supplies out for the postcards and all that, or not the postcards, the index cards, and just so when we come back in, we'll be ready to hit the ground running. Is there any objection? Is there any objection to a 10-minute recess? Is there any objection to a 7-minute recess? Okay, there's objection apparently, so I'm going to go back with the 10. There was objection. All those in favor of going to a 10-minute recess, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Somebody is really super arbitrary today. Okay, we're in recess at 9:52. 10 minutes, guys.
Garrison Ham, are you here?
Garrison, can you come up here, please? Does anybody in the room have a Sharpie? A Sharpie. Oh, Mr. Brown has a Sharpie. We're not there yet, so. I'm calling back to order at 10:20. And we've got an updated delegate count. Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, the updated delegate count is 127.
Okay, we've got 127 delegates in the room. We definitely have quorum in here, and the quorum 127, that's 64. 127 registered delegates, and quorum is 64. We've got far more than 64 in the room, so we're good to go. Okay, so we are now at the next item on the agenda, which is elections. And the first election on the agenda is the chair election. So we're going to open up nominations from the floor for chair.
Kat McElroy, Fresno.
You know what? Can I stop you for 1 second? I didn't do this. So what we do for this is you make your nomination. Yep. It doesn't need a second, but there can be a second. And we do speeches afterwards, and I've got the handy-dandy die for anybody. So this is just the nomination, then you'll do the speeches. I'm sorry?
I didn't understand. You got the handy-dandy
die to pick people's numbers.
Oh, okay.
It's a D20.
Okay.
Just die, yes. So this would be the move. This would be just moving, and then we'd go to the speeches after. So yes, Ms. McElroy here.
I'm nominating Adrian F. Malagon for chair.
Okay, thank you. Further nominations?
Hi, Michael Lima, Alameda County. I think with everything going on, we need a really a neutral supporter to be our chair. So with that being said, I nominate James Just.
Okay. All right, Mr. Just has been nominated. Any other nominations?
Elizabeth Stump, Alameda County. I second the nomination for Adrian Malagon.
Okay, and to be clear, you can speak as seconds, but you don't need a second for nominations. But so noted. Ms. Young?
Tara Young, Riverside County. I nominate Noda.
Okay, thank you. And yes, sir?
Chris Minoletti, San Mateo County. I nominate Steve Haug.
Okay, thank you. Any further nominations? Okay, so the nominations are for Adrian F. Malagon for chair. Second nomination was for James Just. Third nomination was for Noda, and fourth nomination was for Steve Haug. Is that correct? Okie dokie. Okay, so we've got 5 people running. Okay, so next now we've got our nominations, and there was no further nominations, so I've closed nominations. So for this, each candidate shall be allowed 1 nominating speech and 1 seconding speech made by the delegates. The total time for both of those speeches shall not exceed 5 minutes. And Mr. Lima, can you be our timekeeper? I can. Thank you. Okay. So it's 5 minutes for both of those 2 speeches, followed by the actual nominee will be given 10 minutes to speak. So, oh wait, yeah. It's 5 minutes for each and 10 minutes for the chair. When we get to the area coordinators, it's slightly different. So, we're going to now decide the order of these speakers. So, are we ready? So the first person nominated was Mr. Malagon, so, and it's the highest number that will go first. 8? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Next is Mr. Just. Next is Noda.
Point of order.
Yes. Can she read the die that I just threw? 7. Point of order?
A point of order, while national certainly allows nominating speeches for NODA. Our bylaws do not. So there is no candidate speech for NODA because NODA is not a candidate. NODA is an option.
Point of information.
Okay, so it's a point of order, and I do believe it could go either way.
Point of information.
Yes?
Do the bylaws prohibit speaking for NODA?
No, they do not. That's why I think that this could go either way. There is nothing prohibited, nor is there anything actually sanctioning NODA for speaking. So, my point being,
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
we're going to do this one first.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do two at the same time. So, I'm going to leave it up to the delegates. So, my ruling will be that we will allow it. However, I am encouraging somebody to appeal my ruling. Okay. So, thank you very much. Is there a second?
Madam Chairman, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry relating to this very issue.
How does that work? I'm in the middle of a point of order, and he has another point of order. But he says it's relevant.
No, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, and I don't know which section, but in Robert's Rules of Order, it says that if an organization has done something over the many years, such as having someone speak for NODA, that it can be considered that we've already accepted that that's okay to do.
What they say is that that's called custom, and what it says is custom falls to the floor if it's objected to. Or if it conflicts with the rules.
Personal privilege.
Yes, sir.
Can I make a motion that we allow a seconding or speech for NODA? Okay, yeah, right. To suspend the rules to allow people to speak on behalf of NODA. Oh, it is going to be decided now. Okay. She said that it was going to be a ruling of the chair.
Okay,
but
so, okay, let's just take a step back for a minute. It is, for right this second, it's a question of a point of order, and I'm saying that because it's not explicit, I'm ruling that it is okay. But I do see that that's a gray area. What I will say to that last gentleman, though, is that if my ruling is overturned, he could still make a motion to suspend the rules to do so, because that would be a separate thing, because that would have nothing to do with my ruling. So I'm just saying when he was told, no, that's not necessary, I don't know. So this is an appeal from the ruling of the chair. The way those work, this is the first one we've had this weekend, so I'll just explain it all to you. For an appeal of the ruling from the chair, it needs to be made, it needs to be seconded. It doesn't require a standing second like many of our other things. It just requires a second. The chair speaks first, and the chair does speak on this one because it's appeal of their ruling. And this chair also can speak last. So there's debate. It is a debatable situation. And so we will now go to, and each person can only speak once in debate. That's another rule. So we will go to debate on the motion. Would the person that appealed like to speak on that? I mean, you would go first because it's your appeal. And my first was what I just said, which is I believe that because it's not explicit, it's okay, but I also see that it could go either way.
So
and it is custom.
I'm just saying NODA should just, is the mic on? Yes, okay. I just think NODA should be able to give it a chance to speak.
No, but that's not this. This is the motion to appeal my ruling. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? That's cool.
Yeah. I just think NODA should be given a chance to speak, so I believe that the chair's ruling, even though I love the chair, should be overturned.
No. My ruling is that NODA gets to speak. You got it sideways, backwards.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it should be put up to a vote either way. So the reason I challenged the vote was so it can be put up to a vote.
Perfect.
So
that's cool.
I think we should vote on it.
Okay, excellent. Okay, now we will go to further debate.
Inquiry? I just have a question.
You can do an inquiry.
So, as it stands, nominees have a nominating, there's basically 5 minutes allowed for the people who are nominating them and then 10 minutes for the person who's been nominated. So are we saying that there's still a nominating speech for NODA but not the NODA doesn't speak because NODA isn't a person, but there's still 5 minutes for NODA. Is that correct?
That is the way that I'm taking it.
Okay.
Because
I don't really have a
because
problem
NODA
with that.
can't speak for themselves.
Right. So we still going to get 5 minutes in NODA. We're just not going to get 15 minutes in NODA. I'm just like clarifying that for everyone.
Precisely.
Thank you.
Precisely. Okay. Yes, sir.
So speaking to overturn the ruling of
Closer to the mic.
So speaking to overturn the ruling of the chair, so if I look at bylaw 19, section 5, in the second paragraph, starting with the second sentence, in all voting for party officers or for endorsements of candidates for public office, voting shall include the option of none of the above. If I go to Rule 10, Section 2, it says each candidate shall be allowed one nominating speech and one seconding speech made by delegates. Since NODA is not a candidate, it is an option, because NODA can never actually become the office holder. Therefore, it would be inappropriate without a suspension of the rules to allow a candidate speech or nominating speech for NODA.
Okay. Anybody else speaking? Are you speaking to the appeal?
So, no, I just had a question. Michael Lima, Alameda County. If NODA did get to speak, they would get 2 speakers, 5 minutes each. That's it, right?
5 minutes total.
5 minutes total.
That's it.
Not more than one person gets to speak to NODA? Only
No.
one person?
No, it could be multiple people.
As long as it doesn't exceed 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes. And by the way, for all of these speeches, for the first 5 minutes, it doesn't have to just be, it could be the maker, it could be the person that nominated and several people that seconded.
But once we're at time, it's over.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, and this is,
Who
you're
cares then?
keeping
Let
time,
'em
so
talk.
yes. So yes, 5 minutes. And what was the, okay.
That's it. Point of information or whatever the...
Yeah, so they get 5 minutes, and all nominating speeches and seconds get 5 minutes total. This mic.
For those of you with a scientific bent, you will perhaps remember that light is both a particle and a wave. I submit that NODA is both a candidate and a concept, and therefore deserves to have the same time as the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Dave Bowers, Los Angeles County. I'm speaking in favor of the chair's ruling because I know someone just said a candidate, but there could be an infinite number of votes, and NODA could keep winning those votes, so maybe they should get a speech or something like that, because they could win in a way, because if there were so many votes, we might hit 5 o'clock. Just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
I'm speaking in favor of the chair's ruling. From a common sense standpoint, do you make a better decision if you hear all the information or multiple sides or only one side? I think it's pretty clear. If we hear all sides, then we can make a better informed, intelligent decision. Pure and simple.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Michael Lima, Alameda County. I also speak in favor of the chair's ruling. This will be a lot quicker if we just give NODA 5 minutes, and therefore I call the question.
Okay, thank you. And I will allow you to do that, but just because of the rules, I get to speak last. So if the question is called, I will have another possible 10 seconds of something to say. But first, what we'll say is there any objection to ending debate? Okay, hearing none, my last 10 seconds are, again, I think it's, I think it's allowable, but it is gray, which is why I left it up to all y'all. So this takes a majority vote, and the voting on this is a little different. So the motion is made to appeal my ruling, but the yes vote actually upholds my ruling. So, I'm sorry? My ruling, basically, my ruling was that I believe our rules allow for NODA to have nominating speeches because I believe that it's allowed because it's not allowed. That's my ruling. So a yes vote sustains my ruling. It says that my ruling is correct. A no vote says that you are not sustaining my ruling, you are overturning my ruling, and that's the no vote. Does everybody understand which way they should be voting on what they want to do? Right. So we're going to go to a vote, and the question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained that NODA is allowed to have speakers? All those that sustain the ruling, please say aye. Aye. All those that would like to overturn my ruling, please say nay. No, you know what though? That it's a majority vote, and that was really close. Okay, we're going to try just standing without counted first. And by the way, your point was very well taken before. All those in favor of sustaining the ruling, please stand up. You want to sustain my ruling, and you want NODA to speak. Okay, I'm going to try this first this way. Okay, please sit. All those that would like to overturn my ruling, please stand. Okay, my ruling is upheld. That was clear. Okay, so are you, what we doing? Because I've still got one more die to roll.
I wanted to make a motion to suspend the rules. So, Kenneth Olson, Kings County, motion to suspend the rules to give NODA up to 15 minutes of speaking time.
Okay, let me ask this. It's a motion to suspend the rules. It's non-debatable because it's a motion to suspend the rules to do a thing that will require a standing second. If I recall properly, we had 127 delegates. Is that correct? So we need 13 people standing to second that motion to give NODA up to 15 minutes. Are there 13 people willing to stand? Then squat. Correct. Okay, that is enough people to have a standing second. Again, this is not debatable. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of giving NODA the entire 15 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay! Okay, my ear doesn't even need to be good for that. That absolutely failed. Okay, can we go back to the last roll of the die? Thank you. Okay, so the numbers that were rolled were for Mr. Malagon, he got number 8. For James Just, Mr. Just, he got number 3. For NODA, they got number 7. And for Mr. Haug, it was number 18. I said the highest, it was going to go from highest to lowest. So the speaking order will be first for Mr. Haug, second for Mr. Malagon, third for NODA, and fourth for Mr. Just. So would the speakers, would the nominators and those for Mr. Haug please go to the mic. Keep in mind, and you can get up after, it's 5 minutes for this, it's 5 minutes total for this portion. So we will start the clock, and I see Mr. Minoletti at the mic.
Okay, Chris Minoletti, San Mateo County. I nominated Steve Haug. He has an incredible amount of experience. He's well respected. He has intimate knowledge of bank accounts, the 4 bank accounts that are managed. In fact, he was, I think, one of the architects with a few others that helped make that happen to get our finances in order about 5 years ago. In the interest of time, I'm going to yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. So we will now start. Mr. Haug, you've got 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Steve Haug. I think a lot of people in this room know me. I've been around for a few decades. Brief resume. I was a county county treasurer for a short period of time. I spent, I think, most of my time as state party treasurer for 4 years. And I had the pleasure of working with Mimi. It's like when both of us got here in 2017, things were a mess. And both of us worked together as a team to straighten things out and get things growing. Mimi was just absolutely incredible. I think probably most of you in here aren't aware that she quit a full-time job. It was a very high-paying job to spend more time building the party. I don't know of anyone who has made that much of a sacrifice to grow this party. If there was an outstanding award for sacrifice, donating to the party, and achievement, she certainly deserves that. Anyway, we went from a mess to over $100,000 of income in just a short period in 2 years. So it was a hell of a turnaround. In addition, I'm also I think approximately a 25-year life member. And per FPPC definitions, I'm also now a major contributor to Libertarian Party candidates. That's about all I have to say. And I really don't want you to vote for me. I want everybody in here to vote for NODA. The Libertarian Party has always stood for the liberty, and I really want us to see that we maintain being the party of liberty. So please vote for NODA, and let's start over again with a clean slate. Thank you.
Thank you. The next nominating speeches will be from Mr. Maligan.
Does this come out?
Yes, please.
Kat McElroy, Fresno. I'm nominating Adrian F. Maligan. The rumors you have heard are all true. Adrian is literally forcing me to give this speech. Just kidding, he paid me. In my role as Fresno County Chair, I've had the pleasure of working with Adrian quite a bit this past year. The first time I met him, I told him that the previous CAC, Central Area Coordinator, had advised us that our county organization needed new bylaws. Adrian offered to help, and a few months later, I did reach out to him. He provided support not just in writing the bylaws, but also in strategizing how to pass them, because we had really crazy previous bylaws that we had to follow to get new bylaws passed. When I needed help with a ballot argument coalition that turned sour, Mimi and Adrian and I strategized how to coordinate on addressing that situation in the press. And more recently, he helped me prep for my first time chairing a county election. Ask the other county chairs in this room and across the state, especially those in newly organized counties, and you'll find that he was putting in this kind of attention and assistance to many others. When Tom Nichols decided to take his state assembly campaign a little further than originally planned, Adrian hopped on the phone with us to strategize and continued to be available time and time again during the campaign. Tom received 25% of the vote, which, with a total vote count of about 44,000 people, was actually 700 more votes than the incumbent Democrat winner in a neighboring assembly race. While many people contributed to the relative success of that campaign, there's no doubt that Tom and I would have been directionless without Adrian's assistance. In addition to reaching out to candidates and counties, in his role as vice chair, Adrian made himself available to the committees that I sat on. So here's the real truth about Adrian. He isn't afraid of hard work and has given his time to help others in the party. I believe that as chair, Adrian will continue to work hard to move this party forward, to make us the kind of party that will have the means and the courage to fight tyranny in California.
Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Stump, Chair of Alameda County. I met Mr. Malagon in 2020 and was impressed by someone new who immediately brought a lot of energy and drive to the Libertarian Party. He was jumping in with both feet and immediately began reaching out to people around the Bay Area, organizing casual meetups with fellow liberty-minded folk. When Ms. Gia Christopher, who was elected Northern Chair in 2021, decided to step down, I encouraged Mr. Malagon to run for Northern Area Coordinator in 2022 because I saw all the hard work that he had been already doing across Northern and Central California. During his tenure as Northern Area Coordinator and later as Vice Chair, he has been extremely professional in his work for the party, between his reports and presenting himself as the face of the Libertarian Party of California. He is walking the walk to make this a party to be taken seriously. Mr. Malagon was the campaign manager for Mr. Lima's run in Hayward City Council. I was the media manager. In addition to his work as Northern Area Coordinator, he worked very hard to keep the campaign moving forward and advancing the message of liberty to the citizens of Hayward. While not the perfect campaign, any stumbles the campaign team encountered, we'd pick ourselves up and keep marching forward, inspired by Mr. Malagon to keep doing our best. Working with Mr. Malagon, I've been impressed with his ability to be a leader who can delegate and trusting those he works with. He doesn't micromanage, but inspires others to do their best, striving as a team forward towards a common goal. He is able to seek out advice from others. For those with more experience and knowledge, he is willing to defer to their expertise. And even if he may initially disagree with a decision, if you can convince him through logic, the strength of your argument, he is willing to change his mind. And even if he may disagree with your opinion in the end, he will still respect you and your position. Ms. McElroy covered many fine aspects of Mr. Malagon, which shows why he should make an excellent chair for the state party. So I will keep it brief. I will end this by saying I second nominate Mr. Malagon for chair.
Thank you. Okay, we will now go to Mr. Malagon.
I'm going to start off by saying that I agree with Mr. Haug. We need a clean slate, and that's why I'm running for chair. If we spent, imagine how much time, energy, and money this took. If we spent at least a little bit more of that on the party, we might have a functioning vehicle for advancing liberty in this state. Why don't we do that? This is a step up from last year, though, where it was a Nazi flyer, right, that we were passing around. So this is a step up, progress. Progress, way classier. I really do like how happy she looks in the picture. If anyone wants me to sign these after, I'd be more than happy to. I see a lot of people in here that I have personally brought into the party or helped motivate to do things in the party. Would you please stand if I have helped you in any capacity, whether you're a chair, whether you're someone that I recruited, brought in, motivated? It's a lot of people. Now, some of you were already here, and you still like me, and I helped you and did stuff anyway. But the reason that that matters, I am a recruiter by trade. That is my professional acumen. I brought in new members to the party every month, not just as an at-large member, not just as Northern Area Coordinator, but also as Vice Chair. You have an opportunity to have a chair that would be the first Hispanic chair, native Spanish speaker that could bring in a different demographic, a more diverse demographic, which is more important here in California than in most other states. This is what I do for a living.
we're desperate. We're in desperate need of membership growth. We know that. We saw the numbers the other day. We're in desperate need of membership growth. We're in desperate need of revenue. And instead of, oof, all right, I guess the speaker wants NOTA too. All right. All I'm saying is, I am not your enemy. No one here in this room is my enemy. This state is my enemy. Gavin Newsom is my enemy. Nancy Pelosi is my enemy. We may disagree at the end of the day onto how to get things done, but that doesn't mean that we still can't work together. And the fact that we're sitting here and that we have anti-Adrian stuff going around, Facebook posts, the toxicity in this party needs to just stop. If we just allocated some of that effort toward, again, the state, our actual enemy, we might actually have a chance of advancing liberty. Right? I mean, am I wrong here, people? Do you not want to see a freer California? My first Libertarian Party meeting ever was about the January 6th insurrection resolution or something that was happening in Contra Costa County at the time. I joined because I was hoping to find libertarians that wanted to end mask mandates and end vaccine mandates, but that's not what I found. I found people quibbling over something that happened 3,000 miles away. Who cares? And just talking about like how we're gonna talk about it. Let's actually do something. I started building a coalition in the Bay Area of businesses that were willing to stay open and ignore these mandates at their peril. That was more important to me. All of this just needs to stop. We have an opportunity today to be adults and to do something important. There is a new generation coming, and we need to embrace it, and instead of fighting it, we need to bring more libertarians into the fold. We have 250,000 registered libertarians here in California. That is a widely untapped market. Let's actually be drama-free in 23, reach out to these people, and let's grow this bitch. There is no force on earth powerful enough to stop an idea whose time has come. And this is our time. Let's make it happen, and let's drop the petty bullshit.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the next speech will be for NOTA. And we will have 5 minutes for both nominating and seconding, and whoever's going to speak. I can get this out.
So I joined this party 4 years ago. I joined it as a Mises caucus. Thanks to Angela McArdle and my good friends Tracy and Ryan over there. I've been working to build Mises caucus values in this party for 4 years. But during that time, I didn't alienate anybody. I built friendships, and I worked with everybody, and I think most people here know that I'm just an overall nice person. Those of you that follow me on social media know that I love my animals, I love my farm, I work hard for my community. In fact, I work so hard for my community that I've been putting seeds in for the past 3 years, and I was recently appointed to the Planning Commission. So I am now on the Planning Commission because of the seeds that I have built, the bridges that I have built, and guess what? I didn't do it because of anybody. I did it on my own. And I talked with a lot of you out here, and a lot of you, my Mises Caucus friends, tell me you want to get shit done. You're good people, I know it. You don't see through the lies because you haven't been on the XCOM and seeing the vileness that has come through all those emails, seeing the verbal abuse that Mimi has taken, the vile lashes at Paul, Kalish, and Miniletti, anybody else that dares to speak up and say anything against. It's been vile. But he hides that from most of you on the regular Discord. You don't see that. The XCOM emails, working with him, we see a whole different side. A whole different side. So to all my XCOM, or to all my Mises Caucus friends out there that want to get shit done, I am a perfect example that you do not need Adrian Malagon to get shit done. You can do it on your own. You go in your communities, you work hard, you build bridges, you serve. That's what you do. If anybody wants to know how to actually get something done in your own community, I'd be more than happy to talk with you. But I feel after the last 2 years, I've been used by him, a con man who came in and used me to make himself look good. But I'm telling you all, you don't know the true Adrian.
Jeff Hewitt, Riverside County, and I will be finishing up the 5 minutes for NODA. I just got my ass kicked trying to get reelected as a county supervisor down in Riverside County. And I did it because I stood on principles, because I said what I thought needed to be said all the time. This party has been nothing but good to me. It has made me something out of nothing and has allowed me to try to fuck up the state and do great things. By the way, 3 days after January 6th, myself and Sue Frost of Sacramento County put on a conference here that said, fuck you, to Governor Newsom, and we caused him to open up the stay-at-home orders for the 13 counties surrounding Sacramento the next day. Don't confuse arrogance for leadership. This is nothing personal. I'm sure you're a great guy. But when I saw what happened the other day when he arbitrarily and unilaterally changed one committee to take over the funds from another committee without consulting with even the group that was appointed to do that, that added to what I always thought was someone who wanted to control everything. First of all, we're against tyranny. Those are the marks of a tyrant, not a leader. Also, just the other day when I came in, I was one of the first, I was getting to know the guy that was setting up the mimosa bar. I did not buy any package. I just came up here to cause trouble. And you know what? I got my little mimosa there, and just a few seconds later, Mr. Malagon comes over and says, hey, this is only for people that have the gold thing on here. This is $3,000 of money that we all pay through our dues and everything else, everyone here. And he was going to make it about only the few. This is not leadership. This is bringing people in. This is making them all part of a small group. Every one of us in here, we believe that the government needs to be much smaller. We believe that we need to have our personal liberties back again. We're not arguing that. But let's do this. Let's vote for NODA. There's a lot of good Mises people that would make great chairs. And think about it.
Okay, thank you. Then the next speeches will be for Mr. Just. You guys, James Just speech people, as well as Mr. Just. Oh, you can't time yourself and do it at the same time. So
I sure can. I'll tell you what, I'll keep it under a minute.
Okay, you can multitask.
I can. Is he going to even be in here? Oh, he's right there. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Lima, Alameda County. I think we need a chair that will unify us, both sides, someone that stayed neutral the entire time and wasn't Mises Caucus or the other faction, whatever. We need somebody like James Just, who will bring unity to the California Libertarian Party and continue the mission of fighting the state. Without further ado, Mr. Just.
You know, it's funny. I sit in front of a mic many times a week, and yet I never know exactly what I'm going to say when I come in front of these things. This is not my journey. A couple of months ago, the people of Sacramento asked me to consider this. And I've always been skeptical of this agenda. So before I start, I want to thank the people of the volunteers who have made this event possible, those committee members who have made this event possible. I also want to thank you, all the delegates. This has been actually a very wonderful weekend. we went, what, one day we suspended the rules, half a day before a suspension of the rules attempt was made yesterday. That's like a record. I don't think I've ever seen that before, so I appreciate that. I also want to issue an apology to my team and my county. We would not be here if people like me were the leaders we needed to be. And because of that, we are here. We are facing a time when we, as a culture, are broken. We've forgotten the one thing that actually binds us all together. It is not liberty, it is not freedom, it is not anti-state, it is love. It is our love for each other, our love for our fellow human beings, our love for our communities. That's where we put in all this work. Every single one of us in this room works their ass off. Every one of us. Going forward, we have decisions to make. What kind of communities we want to be, what kind of friends we want to be, what kind of family we want to be. That little L next to our name, that makes us family. And families argue, families fight, they have divisions, but at the end of the day, they love each other. They care about each other. You all will do what you all will do, and I have faith in the power of this body to make the proper decisions for the future. If you want someone like me as chair, be prepared to have a mirror held up in front of us. I'll be standing on the same side as you, but we all have a lot of thinking to do. We all have a lot of consideration to do. We all have a lot of repair work to do. I am tired of fighting, but I'm not tired of working. It's time to get to work. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to all of the speakers and the candidates. We are now ready to go to our first vote of the day, so if we could get our tellers up here. And we're going to do this, because of the way that the room is set up, we're going to do this a little bit differently than we've done in the past. We're going to have two lines that are all going to feed down to the center. That's what you guys decided, right? Is that what you decided? So once you feed down, you'll then pass back and leave. So when you line up, everybody line up on each side. They're going to be handing out index cards. Again, we have basically four choices. And I should mention that write-ins are always also appropriate. So you can rank a write-in as well. You can write in, whoever you want. At the National Party, I think there was write-ins for just about everybody under the sun, including Hillary Clinton. Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. No, we don't hand out all of the index cards all at once. Okay, so once you've finished your ballots, you can start lining up. And you're going to be feeding down again to the center, but I'd say start the line probably at each end of the stage to start with, so that the tellers have room to get in between you. And they're going to be, oh, and one last thing. This is important, because it'll make things go faster. When you get up to the stage, you're going to have to show your badge, and you're going to have to show your delegate ribbon. You're also going to have to take your badge out of the sleeve, because on the back, they're going to put a mark. We used to use hole punches. Now we're going to do marks. Oh, yeah, they used very little time. We still had time to. So as you go through the line, be sure to have this stuff ready, have this out, and then you'll put it back in your delegate holder or your badge holder after.
Hey, Garrison, can we get some?
Mr. Miniletti, or no, I'm sorry, not him. Mr. Edgar, Mr. Secretary, could you real quick put the options up on the screen people are asking? Once people line up, then yeah. And I've got another, I have another favor to ask.
Is there anyone who has not yet voted in the chair's race? Anyone who has not yet voted in the chair's race, make your way to the front.
Noah Eiler. Carrie Eiler. Are any of the Eilers in here?
Just in case anybody was wondering, it was a D20. And it's, by the way, I use a gold one. Really? What time do you have to be there? I don't know. What time? But what time do you have to be there? Let me make an announcement. Everybody, just as an announcement, while they're counting the votes, if anybody has things like resolutions or endorsements, things that are coming later in the agenda, motions could be made to suspend the rules to entertain those things while votes are being counted, because we can't do anything else until the vote is counted. We are still in order, so I just wanted to, and I see somebody at the mic. Yes, sir.
I'm not too familiar with your...
I can't hear. James, are the mics on? Okay, speak closer into the mic.
Testing.
Oh, yeah. You want to get rid of that thing, don't you?
I think this is a point of personal preference. Is that correct?
Personal privilege.
Personal preference, yes.
Privilege, but
Privilege,
yeah.
yes.
Close enough.
So, obviously, this is a contentious election, but it's going to be over in a minute. And when it is, there's going to be a winner and a loser. And however it comes out, I think we need to remember that the mission comes first. We need to heal after this is over. And I think we also need to keep in mind that there's a place for special teams. In an NFL football team or in the military, we have special teams. So Just because somebody doesn't win this particular seat doesn't mean that the work that has been done here, which is good work, shouldn't continue. And I hope that the people who are not on the victorious side stay with us and focus your energy. It takes more than one way to win this game. We have to have all different approaches. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Chair, I'd like to approach the bench for a moment. Would that be okay? Yeah. Chair Robson, I'm very, very honored today to give you, and it's really just a small token, and I hope you can put it up on your wall in the central spot. But this is to honor Mimi Robson, chairperson of the Libertarian Party of California, from April 2018 to February 2023. This gives her a gavel to look at and also realize how happy she is that she's not there for next year. And let's all hear it for one of the greatest chairs there's ever been. Here you go. There you go. Actually, we got you another gift. We'd like you to open it up. Here you go.
We have one more thing.
I'm wearing waterproof mascara.
Please open it right now. Here, you can sit it down.
That is so fabulous. Oh my God.
So it's butterflies that flew out. We love you.
Take a moment. Love you, Mimi.
Don't look so sad.
This is going to be a great picture. I hate pictures anyway. Thank you. I didn't expect that. The butterflies are amazing. Thank you. And you guys know, I mean, you're all my butterflies. And I love my butterflies. So, thank you. Today's really bittersweet. So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege real quick and just thank everybody here. You know, I know that there's been some fighting and stuff, like I said yesterday, but let's love each other, okay? Please. Let's go forward and fight the state. And thank you. That means the world to me. It really does. So thank you. Okay. Okay, the next mic is over here. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, is it in order to bring a resolution before this body?
Yes, so what it would be is you would make a motion to suspend the rules. You could do it as a one-part or a two-part, depending on how you want to do this. My suggestion is if it's a resolution, you might want to do it two parts. So a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution for whatever that resolution is for. Or you could make a motion to suspend the rules to adopt a resolution. That would be up to your choice of how you wanted to do that.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to suspend the rules to consider a resolution. I have provided the text in advance to the Secretary. I will read it.
Okay.
Whereas no scientific study of masking people shown effectiveness in preventing the spread of respiratory diseases, whereas the cost of masking otherwise something is not without financial cost, whereas I'm asking, masking helping people has been shown to reduce the blood oxygen concentration levels. Be it resolved, or actually, Chris, could you put the text up? Do you still have it? Okay, thanks.
Oh, you did it as a test.
I think it got garbled in the translation. So,
Well, just to be clear, so once we finish this, because you made a motion to consider,
Mhm.
so what I would say is he's making a motion to consider, which is a suspension of the rules, right?
Right.
The resolution, which is about masking.
Yes.
So I think that that's sufficient for us to do the first part, and then we
Okay.
can go to the next part, which will be debatable. The suspension of the rules is not debatable. So
Okay.
first things first, I believe that I don't think much has happened in credentialing since, so we're still at 127 delegates, just so everybody knows. Okay, it's still going to take 13 people to stand. So I need 13. Okay. Real quick, while I do this, could somebody hobble on over and see how many people we have? Okay, so this is a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution regarding masking. It needs a standing second of 13 people. Can I please have 13 people, if they'd like to second this, to stand? Far more than 13. This goes to a vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules, and again it's 2/3 vote, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. So therefore, Mr. Grenier, you can go ahead and make your motion for the resolution.
Okay, the resolution talks a little bit about the, okay, there it is. Yeah, it looks like the text did not come through properly. Whereas masking helping people has been shown to reduce blood oxygen concentration levels in healthy people by masking. Okay, I'm gonna have to redraft this. I'm so sorry. But
Okay.
the point being is that I want to tell California that it's no longer mandatory, that it's voluntary to wear masks in facilities owned, operated, or subsidized by the state government and all of its political subdivisions.
Okay, and yeah, I am looking at the resolution as, thank you very, very much. I'm looking at the resolution as texted, and I think it does need some fine tuning because it's not, it's something happened.
I agree.
So I'm gonna suggest that it be laid on the table until that is finished and then taken off the table. So would you like to go ahead and motion to lay it on the table?
I'll motion to set it aside for
Lay it
further
on the
refinement,
table.
to lay it on the table. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. There's been a motion to lay this on the table until it's done. We don't need a time certain. Is there any objection to laying it on the table? Hearing none. Once it's finished, we'll get back to where we were, which is the actual making of the motion for the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair, we have a result in the election.
Okay. FYI, updated credentials, Mr. Edgar, just so you know, it's 130. And we're, okay, and can I have the results? What's the first number there? I can't. It's kind of is it? No. I just want to make sure because the check mark next to it. All right, so we do have a winner, and it was on the first ballot round of voting. So, and this is fabulous. I love this. Mr. Malagon won with 69 votes. Congratulations.
I do feel like I'm obligated to say nice.
Yeah. And I was hoping that you would, because so just so everybody knows, the vote was there was 129 ballots cast, which is why I wanted to update credentials. Mr. Malagon received, as I said, 69 votes, winning. Nice. Noda received 50 votes. James Just received 9 votes. And there was a write-in vote for Gary Alfstad with 1 vote. Okay, so congratulations, we have a new chair. And I just want to say, with everything that's been going on, Mr. Malagon, congratulations. I truly, truly wish you all of the success.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that point, I have a point of correction, if I may. Mr. Hinkle earlier said that people had been saying that he had only been making calls in the membership committee to Santa Clara members. As someone that was on those membership committee calls and have gotten various texts and calls attesting to I can attest to it personally, Mr. Hinkle has been calling the state, as he said, from San Diego to the Oregon border. So I thank Mr. Hinkle and Mr. Butts for being the 2 instrumental people on the membership committee, and I was privileged to help guide them, and I hope that they reapply and that we continue to build the membership. So thank you, Mr. Hinkle, and I'm sorry if anyone accused you otherwise.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the next item of business on the agenda. And the next item of business is the vice chair election. So I will open up nominations for vice chair at the mic for anybody that wants
Point
to.
of information?
Yes.
The results of the election do not take place, or not effective until after convention, correct?
Correct. All of the elections, in all of our elections, it takes place at the end of the convention.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm taking off my secretary hat for a moment to nominate Gary Alfstad.
Thank you. Are there additional nominations? Okay, that would have to be done at the mic, but Noda is an option.
I'd like to nominate Noda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any further nominations? Okay, there are no further nominations, so I'm closing nominations. We have 2 nominations. We have 1 for Mr. Alfstad, and we have 1 for Noda. We've actually already litigated this, so if somebody really wants to speak to Noda, they can, but just so everybody understands in our bylaws, when we have only, and we still will be having the speeches, believe me, you're going to get your time up at the mic. When we only have 1 nomination, then per our bylaws, we do this by a voice vote, where You either vote in favor of the candidate or you vote in favor of NODA. So it's done as a voice vote, not a balloted vote. Does everybody understand? Okay, so do I need to roll the die? Is NODA going to want to speak? Yes, sir. Go to the microphone, please.
You see, NODA's the perfect libertarian.
Well, no, you're not speaking for it yet. You're asking the question of if you're answering my question that NODA wants to speak. Okay, all right, so we will have 2 speeches. So I'm going to roll the die.
So, we all hear the phrase every day, nobody's perfect. No one's a perfect libertarian. Well, that's why you vote NODA. I yield my time.
Okay. Is there anybody else that's speaking for NODA? I'm sorry? No, I'm really having trouble hearing you. I don't see Tom Arnold in the room. Okay. So now we can have the nominating and seconding speeches for Mr. Alfstad. And again, 5 minutes total.
Thank you. My name is Chris Edgar. As many of you know, I'm the secretary of the party. I'm speaking to nominate Gary Alfstad for vice chair. Gary is obviously a very smart dude. For those of you who know him, he can do lots of complicated math in his head and has been doing complicated math in his head, in his capacity as a member of the Credentials Committee all weekend, just for you guys. But more relevant for the purposes of this speech, I've had the pleasure of working with Gary on the Bylaws Committee, and as technically the guy who leads the Credentials Committee. Gary is very sharp. He has a very clear understanding of the governing documents of the party. He has been a merciless ensurer of quality control when it comes to putting together the report that we did for the Bylaws Committee. Working with him has just been very enlightening and enjoyable, and I hope that you will vote for Gary Alfstad for vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anybody else speaking for the nomination?
That'd be me.
Okay, no.
No.
So,
oh, hey. That's me.
You were on the other side. You confused me.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Ma'am.
Switching it up and speaking from the other side of the room. Jen Kirkendall from Orange. I'm going to be doing the second speech for Gary. I first met Gary a couple years ago. My husband and I moved here to California. We were politically stranded transplants, and we decided to give the Libertarian Party a try, and we came to the state convention. And Gary followed up with us, and followed up with us, and followed up with us, and it really encouraged us to get involved in the party. And I don't know if I should say thank you, Gary, or yeah. But here we are, super involved in the party. And I've really got to know Gary personally this last year. I joined his pub trivia team, and Gary's a really smart guy, so we win every week. And it's really awesome to hear the trivia announcer say our team name every week, which is Taxation is Theft. Taxation is Theft is in the lead again. All fun aside, Gary has been working for Liberty for 25 years, and for this party on the Credentials Committee, the Bylaws Committee, the Platform Committee, and I just don't think there's anybody else better suited for this position of Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have 10 minutes for Mr. Alfstad.
Hey, thanks, everyone. I'll try to keep this brief. As Ms. Corkindall noted, I originally joined the party 26 years ago. I think in the aftermath of 9/11, when the public tone sort of turned away from libertarianism, the party. Oh, thanks. Sorry. Hey, nice. So the party kind of failed the moment, and our membership dropped to about a third of what it had been before in the late 90s. And I think 20 years later, we had the same issue. COVID came up. This was another case where a massive government failure paradoxically led people to insist on more government. And we're in that moment now, and this time we cannot fail. This time we have to, even if it's unpopular, even if people call us names, we have to be willing to fight for liberty. I think that's what I bring. As they mentioned, I've since I rejoined, I have been working on the platform committee, no longer exists, bylaws committee, credentialing committee, maybe you saw me this morning, and for a year on the XCOM. And my most important qualification, maybe the most unique, I like Adrian. And sorry, no counting for taste, right? We make a really good team. We've been working together for a couple of years, and like I said, we're just a very good. I'm a good yin to his yang. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm dropping things. Okay, so we have one nominee as well as a nomination for NODA. We will now go to a voice vote. All those in favor of Mr. Alfstad being the vice chair, please say aye. Aye. All those in favor of NODA, please say aye, or nay. Or aye. Okay. Mr. Alfstad, congratulations. You are elected the vice chair. Okay, so the next item is going to be the secretary election. I'm going to say that we've got 11 minutes to lunch, and nominations and speeches would take more than 11 minutes if there's speeches. So I would suggest that instead of doing that, we spend this last 11 minutes taking off the table the resolution, because we now have text for it, and then coming back to orders of the day. Would anybody like to make, is there any, I'll start out. We've already had a suspension of the rules that's already passed. I don't think we need another vote for any of that. We just need to take it off the table. And there's no vote for that. So if there's no objection, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go back to that. And I have the text of it as well, so I can read it as well. And I believe it's on the screen. Is it on the screen? And it will be on the screen momentarily, but go ahead and make your motion.
Okay, my motion, so I've suspended the rules to consider the motion, and we'll read the text, and then I would propose to suspend the rules to pass the motion.
You don't need to suspend them again. Now we are at your making a motion to adopt a resolution as follows.
Okay, so my motion is to adopt this resolution as follows. All right. Chris, okay, Chris is still working on it, so. Okay.
You can read it while he puts it on the screen.
Okay, great. So just a quick note, paper and pen are better than voice to text. whereas no scientific study of masking healthy people has been shown effective or has shown effectiveness in preventing respiratory diseases, whereas the masking of otherwise healthy people is not without cost, whereas masking healthy people has been shown to reduce blood oxygen concentration levels in human beings, be it resolved that masking of healthy people is henceforth entirely voluntary on all properties owned, operated, leased, or subsidized by the state of California and all its political subdivisions.
Okay, sorry. So that is the motion. It is up on the screen. We now need a standing second. Can I please have, it's 130 people exactly, so we need 13 people exactly now standing.
Please delete the word Ben on the first.
Okay, we've got more than 13. Okay, so this is debatable. You can speak to your motion for first.
Please delete the word Ben after has in the first line. So, the first line. I'm sorry, I'm not a grammarian, but I'd like to speak to this.
It's already gone from this version.
Yes. So, has no scientific study masking healthy people has been shown effectiveness. So, delete the word B-E-E-N. There, has shown effectiveness. Thank you very much. I went to a healthcare facility, and they are still saying, well, the state of California says you've got to wear a mask in here. I'm a healthy person. I went there for a shoulder injury. I did not go there because I had a respiratory disease. And not only was I requested to have a mask on, but then the entire staff was having masks on, and all of the other patients. So obviously this is pointless. It's not, there's no scientific data supporting that masking somebody with a shoulder injury helps prevent respiratory disease for anyone, and that it should be entirely voluntary. If someone feels more comfortable wearing a mask, I'm fine with that, but I'm tired of having people tell me to put on a mask. I don't need a mask. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Okay, yes, sir.
Ed Wimmer, Santa Clara County. I'm going to speak against this, not because I disagree with the point of it, but I don't like it being dependent upon scientific studies. Liberty shouldn't depend on a scientific study. So I don't like the clause, whereas no. Okay, so I make a motion to delete the phrase, whereas no scientific study of masking be deleted.
Okay, so you're making a motion to amend, and your motion to amend is to take out the section, whereas no scientific study of masking healthy people has been shown effectiveness in preventing respiratory diseases. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was your name, sir?
Ed Wimmers.
Ed Wimmers.
Okay. Do I have a second for the amendment? Okay. It's been seconded. We will now go to debate just on the amendment. Mr. Wimmers, do you want to speak to your motion? Or your
I
amendment?
think I already have.
Okay.
Liberty is not dependent on scientific studies.
Okay. This microphone?
I have a friendly amendment to add medical facilities.
Okay, first, well, no, that wouldn't be germane. Wait there, we'll dispose of this, then you'll make another amendment, because there's no such thing as a friendly amendment once it's to the body. So I'm going to go over here.
Actually, at the right time, I'd like to be recognized to get rid of the apostrophe in it's, because it's not it is, it's.
I think we can just do that, seriously.
I'll do it right now.
I mean, really, seriously. Okay, this mic?
I just want to speak for it as a mom and somebody who cares about kids. My brother is a speech therapist for the school system in the state of California, and this has been so harmful to children. So I just want to, for the sake of the kids, please let's pass this and show them that we're for their speech development.
Okay, perfect. Okay, this mic? Yes, sir.
Jose Castañeda from Los Angeles. I've noticed there are many grammatical errors. Would it be, or how would we fix that? After whereas, on each of the whereases, it deserves a comma, or it needs a comma. not to have the comma is grammatically incorrect.
Is there objection to putting commas after the whereases?
Is there, without even going to anything else, would there be an objection to putting commas after the whereases without having an actual, another amendment? I hear no objection, so Mr. Edgar, can you please add those comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, perfect. Any further discussion on the amendment, which is to take out the first sentence? Or the first whereas, actually. You guys aren't standing at the mics for that? None of you? Are you standing at the mic for that? There's no such thing as a friendly, so we have to do this in order. So first things first. First thing is we are going to vote only on the amendment. The amendment is to, well, we've had some things that we did do, like add comments, because I don't think that needs an amendment at this point because of the way that it was kind of put on the screen on the fly. So the amendment is to remove, whereas no scientific study of masking healthy people has been shown effectiveness in preventing respiratory diseases. So the first whereas would be the next one instead. Is there, we'll just go to a vote. This only takes a majority. The resolution
Madam Chair?
itself, yes.
There was a person standing in line to speak on the amendment, which we didn't realize, and so we put her at the front.
Okay,
I'm
all
sorry.
right, then yes.
I'm a physician in Fresno County, and I just want to speak to the fact that there has been release of scientific, under the Cochrane study recently, stating that masks have not been shown in healthy people to decrease, at least speaking of the COVID virus. So I would agree with the original wording.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that's speaking on the amendment itself? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote. This is a majority vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. All those opposed? A lot of people that are hungry, huh? Because that wasn't very many people that voted. I'm going to say it passed. Okay. The amendment is passed. We are now on discussion of the motion as amended. I believe that there is an amendment over here. Ms. Lightfoot? Oh, she moved to over there.
Sorry, I get tired. I want to add a friendly amendment to add medical facilities, the doctor's offices, the hospitals, where they make you mask. They're not always involved with the government, only part of the time.
Okay, so your amendment is,
To add the words at the bottom, and medical facilities.
okay, so healthy people, so concentrate level, be it resolved that masking healthy people is health entirely on properties owned, operated, leased, or subsidized by this. Oh, got it. Okay, so you're basically saying it's not just places that are in California. So I believe that the amendment that you're making, and please correct me if I heard you wrong, is that to the sentence that says, therefore be it resolved that masking of healthy people is henceforth entirely voluntary on all properties owned, operated, leased, or subsidized by the state of California, as well as all medical facilities?
Right. Well, not grammar.
Huh?
Thank you.
Subdivisions. But that has nothing to do with what I'm trying
No,
to
that's
say.
not
I
what
wanna
her.
add-
That's not what she's saying.
I want to add all medical facilities, like
She
your
wants-
doctor's office and the hospital.
Right. So what she's saying is right. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that what she's saying for this amendment is currently it's very specific to things that are owned, leased, or subsidized by the state of California. In other words, private facilities also are included in that as far as medical facilities. I believe that's what she's saying. Am I correct?
All right, in speaking with Ms. Lightfoot, we have some alternate wording that we think will cover what she wants. So if her motion is instead to say, all properties owned, operated, leased, regulated, or subsidized. So that's going to cover medical facilities. It's going to cover a lot of grocery stores, all kinds of public places.
Okay, so
So
leased
just insert
or
the word regulated in the comma list of owned, operated, leased, regulated, comma, or subsidized.
Okay, so that's adding one word plus a comma of regulated right after, huh? And a space. Yeah, there's a space there too. Right after, right after leased. Is there a second to the amendment?
I will second the amendment.
Okay, is there any objections to the amendment?
Objection.
Okay, is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, I see no discussion. I also see a ton of people leaving for lunch, so we still have quorum though. All those in favor of the amendment, which is the insertion of a comma, a couple spaces, and the word regulated, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it is now amended to that. Is there anything else? I believe there was somebody else that wanted to make an amendment over there. Does she want to make an amendment? No, she does not. Okay. All right, so.
I have an amendment at this mic.
Okay.
Hopefully easy.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the tone of this ought to be our advocating for public policy, and I think using the verb is, kind of sounds like we're saying we have the power to declare this as true, like we're making the law. So be it resolved that the masking of healthy people is henceforth. We don't get to make law, right? So we can advocate what we think public policy ought to be. So my proposed amendment is to replace is with, replace is henceforth with must be henceforth.
Okay, so.
It should be advocacy rather than declaration of law.
So this is changing is to must be. Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, it's been seconded. Is there discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes. That brings us back to the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on the main motion as amended? We don't need to call the question because we already did that thing.
Point of personal privilege. I'm not a delegate. I am a longtime libertarian.
Please go to the mic. I cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. Sarah Foster, and I'm a registered libertarian with Sacramento County. I'm not a delegate, but I asked for personal privilege to introduce a friendly on this resolution.
Okay, unfortunately, you'd have to if you're a member of the party and but you have to be a delegate to do anything. You can ask somebody that's got a delegate badge to make your motion.
No, I don't have that.
You don't have a friend?
Unless somebody, understand there's been all sorts of changes in the rules, so maybe I can do it for you. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say the Libertarian Party exists to oppose tyranny, to create, and this particular masking mandate is the epitome of that. That's why we should oppose it, not just the scientific.
Well, are you saying this is...
I got an idea. Can we lay this on the table till after lunch?
Yes.
Okay. Could somebody say, let's lay this on the table till after lunch?
Let's lay it on the table.
Okay. We are going to get back to this after lunch. We are now adjourned for lunch at 12:05.
It's the open ocean or bust. Braving isolation and danger to the extreme on board this visionary mega marine machine. From the sunny shores of Florida to the crowded canals of Holland to Canada's wild west coast, mega marine machines are taking over. Modern tech and outside-the-box thinking have led humanity to the edge of a new frontier. A frontier where the horizon is nothing but blue.
All right, to the first seastead by Ocean Builders.
This mega marine machine lies 25 kilometers off the coast of Thailand. Created by engineering firm Ocean Builders, it's called a seastead, the world's first home designed for the open sea. Inside the seastead's living quarters are a main kitchen and dining area, a bedroom, bathroom, and small pantry for storage. Then there's the rooftop patio.
You know, you cannot find this view. Like, you can see the sunset and sunrise, you know, see the many, the 1,000 million stars, you just look up.
According to the Seasteading Institute, life out here could fix some of the world's worst problems. Not only is it far from land, it's far from the regulations that can handcuff innovation.
The fact that it takes the FDA, 5 years to approve a new drug that could save millions of people's lives, we don't need that, and we should be out here on the seastead to allow freedom-loving people to voluntarily choose their medical treatments.
Anything within 12 nautical miles of a country's coast is considered territorial sea, so it's under that country's control. Further out, it's international waters. All ships can travel freely, and the rule books and who enforces them? Those are murky waters at best. But when it comes to weather, the middle of the ocean is the most hostile outpost on Earth. So Ocean Builders turned to the oil and gas industry for a sturdy design.
And there it is. We have the spar.
A spar is a long vertical cylinder that's mostly hidden beneath the waves. Most of the spar is hollow to provide buoyancy, but it's weighted at the bottom with concrete to lower the center of gravity and keep it from tipping over. And because it drops so far down, wind and waves at the surface have less impact on the superstructure above. Just like an oil rig, the seastead perches safely, high overhead.
Now that we've proved the concept, Ocean Builders will be building 20 more, and they'll be higher, taller, better, and we're looking forward to freedom-loving people to come join us out in the open ocean.
Ocean Builders is already prepping for Seastead Mark II, replacing the original sharp corners with futuristic curves, adding coral gardens to attract sea life below, even a room inside the spar with underwater views, all for a cool 150 grand. And it's designed by the same guy that brought us the Ark Up.
What we have learned is that the ideal cities on the ocean are not like kind of Thai paradise with small boats. I think it will be much more like oil rigs combined in a kind of a community, because the waves you can expect in the middle of the ocean are extreme.
It's a badass idea, but a lawless city on the high seas is still well out of reach. A marine metropolis closer to shore? That may be a little closer to reality. This is Oceanic City, a concept that's already won support from the UN and crams all our marine knowledge and technology into one massive water world. The modular design means it could be easily expanded, from a village of 300 to a city of 10,000, or even more. Fully self-sufficient, all sewage and waste would be recycled, All power, fresh water, and heat produced on board. And all residents fed year-round by vertical vegetable farms above the waterline and fish farms below. The city would be anchored just a few kilometers from shore, in protected waters, deep enough to allow the structure to ride out a tsunami. Tough enough to handle Category 5 hurricanes, too. Clearly, a floating metropolis like this is not just around the bend. A mountain of technical and legal issues still stand in its way. But if you're thinking it sounds too expensive for anyone to buy in, well, just consider this. In Hong Kong, one of the most densely populated places on Earth, a single parking spot recently sold for $969,000. And with the global population predicted to hit 9.8 billion by 2050, our megacities will only get more overcrowded and overpriced.
If you look at our cities today, they are in need of space and they're in need of more room for houses. And if you can't find space on land, maybe you can find space on water.
The best way to future-proof our planet may be to take a cue from the Dutch. Stop fighting the water and start working with it.
People think that what we are doing here is really special. I would like to say that it's kind of normal. Floating, for me, it's like the most logical solution. I think it can save a lot of great places before it's too late.
We're water architects, so we find solutions to work with the water. And what we say, the wetter the better. And we take climate change very seriously. We know it's there and we have to deal with the consequences. We can do that in a very anxious way, be afraid of the water, or also we can see it as an opportunity to create innovation and to make our cities even better.
If there's one thing history has taught us, it's that human ingenuity always rises to the challenge. Even if that challenge is building on a more watery world. The new generation of daring aquatechs and innovative engineers is proving even the open sea can be tamed with the help of mega marine machines.
Okay, that was the Discovery Channel spending their own money telling the seasteading story of liberty. The Seasteading Institute has inspired engineers to spend tens of millions of their own money to make seasteads happen. We have a 2-person staff and a 6-figure budget. How do we do it? Seasteaders know something that libertarian philosophers do not, and I'm going to tell you what that is at the end. The news media encourages us to fix things by fighting, but Michelangelo counseled us to criticize by creating, and we don't remember his political opinions. We remember the Renaissance he helped create. The Renaissance started in Venice. Venetian innovators didn't change kingdoms from the inside. Venetian innovators quit the kingdoms and fled to a marsh and built a society on stilts, which the ancients called the floating city. This startup government was based not on kings, but markets and contracts. Venetian merchants would dominate the Mediterranean for 1,000 years, creating the model for capitalism and free enterprise that changed the entire world forever. 500 years after Michelangelo's birth, Steve Wozniak was struggling to change Hewlett-Packard from the inside. He presented his wacky idea for the personal computer 5 times, and he was rejected 5 times because the kings at Hewlett-Packard couldn't imagine why peasants would want a personal computer. So Wozniak quit the kingdom and founded Apple with Steve Jobs. And if he hadn't persuaded by demonstrating, I wouldn't be using an Apple right now. So forget the personal computer. That's a technology from the 20th century. What about a technology for a personal government? These are the Hewlett-Packards and the feudal kingdoms that won't let a renaissance of startup governments happen. and today's Wozniaks of governance innovation deserve their Venice. Fortunately, nearly half the world's surface is unclaimed by any nation state. That green spot up top is Hawaii. After every plague comes the Renaissance. Venice would cure the world of feudalism. Seasteads will cure the world of statism. Better examples are how this happens. Much of the water you're looking at is very calm, tropical, low waves, no hurricanes, stateless, and everybody calls it paradise. Long before we go to Mars, free people are going to discover planet Ocean. And in 2019, the first affordable single-family home was established on the Blue Frontier. Robert Ballard, the famous oceanographer who discovered the Titanic, he's been called Carl Sagan with gills. He gave a famous TED Talk where he concluded, why are we not looking at moving out onto the sea? Why do we have programs to build habitations on Mars, but we do not have a program looking at how we colonize our own planet? And the technology is at hand, unquote. Bob was a seasteader long before I was, and he is holding my book, published by Simon & Schuster, the most prestigious publisher in America, called Seasteading: How Floating Nations Will Restore the Environment, Enrich the Poor, Cure the Sick, and Liberate Humanity from Politicians. A seasteading donor wants to get the book in as many libertarian hands as possible, so we offered to buy you all a book. Pick one up for free right outside this door. Rave reviews, the Wall Street Journal, Reason, Wired, Tim Draper, my favorite science author, Matt Ridley. And we stand on the shoulders of giants. Seasteading springs from a family legacy that starts with David Friedman. In 1973, he published The Machinery of Freedom, Guide to Radical Capitalism, where he proposed a thought experiment. What if houses were on wheels and people could move about and choose the governments they want? We'd have an economic solution to political problems. Voila! No more need for politicians. A decade later, David's parents, Milton and Rose Friedman, published Free to Choose, where they explored another thought experiment. What if free people could choose to be governed less? 2 decades after that, his grandson, Patri Friedman, proposed a machinery of freedom to choose. He asked, what if we lived on the ocean and could sail about and choose the neighbors we want? And this is the idea that launched 1,000 ships and changed my life. If you can float, your land is mobile. So imagine if your city was like a floating jigsaw puzzle. You can move city blocks and reassemble as you choose. Societies could only form if people choose to attach to each other. If some politician asks for your vote, you can detach your house, sail somewhere else, link up with your allies, found your own floating governance provider. If you can vote with your house, governments will be companies and residents will be customers. A diversity of governance options will compete for your choices. No more monopoly governance based on force. This business model has been making billions for decades. When I step off that land city and get on that floating city, my rent gets cheaper and my quality of life improves. My chances of being mugged, panhandled, ticketed, taxed, they all go to zero. On the floating city, I have zero chance of stepping in human feces or on a used syringe. In my land city, straws are banned, but we pass out 400,000 free needles every month. Why is the floating city better? That priesthood is largely self-governing. In 2019, at least 30 million people, a population larger than Texas, boarded cruise ships to vacation in private governance at sea. Cruise ships are anarcho-capitalist skyscrapers. They flourish where there is no state. They dock in one nation, fly the flag of another nation, pick up passengers from another nation, hire from anywhere. They pick and choose the laws best suited to their industry, and they make billions while maintaining friendly alliances with all nations. They fly the flags of Panama, the Bahamas, Malta, countries which have no capacity to enforce rules on the thousands of ships that fly their flags in oceans all over the world. Passengers sign a contract for onboard security and health care with these floating cities that bring their own hospitals along with them. Passengers sign a contract that if they get in a conflict with the ship company, they agree to private arbitration. A captain on a cruise ship is, in practice, a dictator. If you get drunk and assault one of his passengers, he can lock you in the brig. He can order his private security guards to put you in a Nelson and abandon you on that obscure island and wave bye-bye. Happens all the time on cruise ships. They have to deal with everything. What are you going to do? Sue him in Bahamas court? So, with so much power, why doesn't this ship captain flog his passengers and keel-haul his crew? Why doesn't he make drunkards walk the plank? This is the captain of Disney Cruise Lines. Parents trust this tin pot dictator with their children. Why? Because in a market of governance, passengers have the option of switching and buying governance elsewhere and writing a negative review online. The same goes for employees. Cruise ship workers can switch to another employer. There are no angels involved here. When it comes to evolving excellent governance among self-interested people, choice beats voice. Floating beats voting. It's a short step from a vacation in voluntary governance to a home in voluntary governance. I think of seasteads as the mobile phones of the sea. We provide the platform, you bring your governance app. As long as people can choose them voluntarily, leave them voluntarily, and create them voluntarily, the best solutions for civil society and voluntary governance will emerge through variation and selection, which is the secret recipe for progress. Seasteads are a technology for evolution in governance, rapid, peaceful, which humanity has never experienced before. Bad governments are founded on monopoly control of land. Seasteads are the technology to decentralize the very ground beneath our feet. This is not an argument for voluntary societies. This is a technology for voluntary societies. The technology for variation and selection among societies. A research and development zone for better governance. The machinery of freedom to choose. Technology beats philosophy every time. And the seasteading story of liberty has inspired the engineers. This is the Seastead Showcase being built right now by the company Ocean Builders. This is a technology to cure the world of state politics. That block at the bottom will hold 2/3 of the weight. So the Seastead Showcase floats like an empty wine bottle with the bottom inch filled with sand. So think of it as a buoy. Not a new technology. Floating sea pillars have been serving the oil and gas industry since the Ford administration, since the Beatles broke up. The challenge for seasteaders has always been to bring the price of this down from $1 billion to something a middle-class family can afford on the high seas. And the Seasteading Institute issued that challenge. And in 2019, an engineer I didn't even know achieved that at his own expense. 2-person staff, 6-figure budget, inspiring story. The blue around the edges is the curved solar panels. You have plenty of space to land your autonomous drones. You plug your phone into your phone where you want your product to land. You come up a spiral staircase. You pick up your delivery of 10 seasteading books, which you will each be passing out to your friends. Stable in waves up to 5 meters, which is higher than the historical maximum in Panama. A spiral staircase will take you to an underwater room 10 meters deep. Calcium carbonate will encase your seastead in a solid seashell, and it should last at least a century at sea. Ocean Builders has already demonstrated that a habitat will grow quickly. Ocean Builders will get things started with 3D printed coral. Every seastead you build increases the amount of life on the ocean. More coral, more mussels, more sea crops, more fish, more oysters, more food. You want politicians to protect your seastead? Stop saying sustainable. Start saying eco-restorative. Environmentalists in California demand that the government protect decommissioned oil rigs to preserve the life that grows on it. And when an entire ecosystem is growing on your home, you're protected from politics as they currently exist in California. And you don't have to bring your diving gear. What you see on your coral reef dives will be visible outside your window. The EcoPod comes with its own underwater observatory, 360-degree aquarium windows, which Ocean Builders just finished installing. Anchors up to 200 meters deep, we can secure a seasick-free lifestyle. It's a catenary system, meaning those chains are very heavy. So if a big storm event will gently push you a few meters to the side, and the heavy chains will gently pull you back into place. The anchors are easily retracted, and you can tow this anywhere on planet Ocean. The upper part is already floating in Panama right now. Customers are already renting nights on it. This is the shallow water version. Instead of 1 long sea pillar, it's 4 short sea pillars. We're starting with baby steps. The seasteading story of liberty has inspired aquapreneurs to spend tens of millions of their own money. 2-person staff, 6-figure budget, inspiring story. Phase 3, we wanted flying cars. We're getting flying cars to seasteads. Next step after that is helicopters. That roof is designed to be a helipad. And now for the trillion-dollar question. How much freedom do we get? Volunteer research by none other than Tom W. Bell, the James Madison of the Blue Frontier. A single-family affordable seastead will be exempt from most international conventions, even while in territorial seas. So Tom helped me present this to the Panama government with the CEO of Ocean Builders. We presented to the presidency. We presented to the Panama Canal Authority. We presented to the Minister of Economy and Finance, who studied under Milton Friedman. Panama is hosting our seastead factory. I cannot wait to stop talking about seasteading and show everybody the damn seastead. Every tourist who visits is going to take cell phone footage of their experience, and this is how we show people that freedom works better than force. If you can do 1 floor, you can do 2. To go higher and taller, go deeper and heavier. If you can run a CB&B, you can run a medical tourism center. If this is 12 miles off the coast of San Francisco, I'll take a ferry ride to get my knee operation at 1/10 the price. Imagine dozens of these accelerating medical research all over the world. If 1 sea pillar makes you stable, imagine what 4 sea pillars can do. 4 years ago, we had 2 active seasteading companies. Now we have 13. 2-person staff, 6-figure budget, inspiring people with our story. Among the companies we inspired is Arctide. They want to provide affordable single-family homes in the next couple years. If you can make 4 sea pillars, you can make 8. This is a technology for startup societies on the Blue Frontier. You can run your business from the Blue Frontier. You can provide governance services just like a cruise ship and show your friends that freedom works better than force. You can set up your home affordably. You have a whole structure below to grow your coral garden. Very cool. The vision of seasteading is dynamic geography. Voting with your house. These are easy to tow. This could eventually evolve into Venice, which could inspire thousands of Venices all over 2/3 of the Earth's surface. There's your suburbs, 12 miles from your coastal city. A jet ski will take you to international waters in 12 minutes at 65 knots if waves are calm. And that's shorter than my commute from San Francisco to Silicon Valley. And my freedom is bigger than your country. Arctide has independently done research on optimal seasteading areas. If you subtract all the places where any country can make any claim, it looks like this. Free and easy seas are larger than any continent on Earth. So given this vast frontier for liberty and startup governance innovation, where would be the perfect place on land to put your seastead factory? Panama seems made by the hand of God for seasteading. Access to 2 oceans, 40 miles apart, the center of global trade in the Western Hemisphere. Linton Bay Marina is co-owned by the man who once ran the largest special economic zone in the Western Hemisphere. We're launching seasteads into 2 of the calmest oceans in the world. And so far, the Panama government is in full support. These will cost less than the average American home. So I don't want a free society. I want thousands of free societies, each family-sized. We want a swarm of discovery machines. I call them Hayek Islands. At first, they'll be an oasis for you crazy libertarians. But quickly, they'll become a discovery process led by entrepreneurs, finding solutions that even your favorite politician can't imagine. But what if they kill us? They already tried. Rogue vice admirals in the Thai Navy volunteered to be cartoon villains in this stark morality play happening before the eyes of the world about an innocent young couple in love, threatened with death, and chased by the mighty Thai Navy. The seasteading story of liberty is what inspired volunteers to spontaneously organize to help them. And the very same day, the media were breathlessly selling you fake news about the ongoing manhunt, this secret picture was taken. The seasteading story of liberty is what inspired the entrepreneur on the left, Grant Romit, to meet me at the Floating City Conference in Singapore, which is what provided cover for him to get the immigration paperwork, race out in a speedboat, and deliver to the seasteaders who had been stranded at sea on the run for 10 days. Low food, low water, low gas. Grant delivered the legal entry paperwork 1 minute before the Singapore police surrounded them with gunboats while fighter jets circled overhead. That's the first seasteaders facing down the gunboats. Grant Romit, the rescuer who took this picture, is now CEO of Ocean Builders. So how's that for a job application process? He was wealthy. Why did he pull himself out of retirement to do this? A few weeks before this, on the way to Acapulco, I told this stranger the seasteading story of liberty. And he said, quote, "I'm in with both feet." He called Ocean Builders and says, "I'm moving to Thailand." Then after this rescue, he followed them to Panama. Then he hired the world's leading aquatect to help him design the Seapod. Chad and Nadia are alive and flourishing on the other side of the planet, building seasteads in Panama. They named their new baby Mira, which in Thai means goddess of the ocean. I'm writing a book about their insane true story. And does your libertarian think tank inspire heroes to live out a Hollywood action movie like this and triumph to build seasteads again? We don't want to win more arguments. We've already won all the arguments and nobody cares. We want to inspire people to take human action. And these swashbuckling pioneers already nearly lost their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to go down in history as the first seasteaders. We have 2 staff members, 6-figure budget, and an inspiring story. Now, the Seasteading Institute needs you to help us protect the next set of heroes. Tom W. Bell, our pro bono seasteading lawyer, researched how we secure seasteaders' property rights in international law with a flag. Freedom is an awesome responsibility, and the nonprofit Seasteading Institute is working to certify, insure, and flag seasteads for family use. I want parents to feel safe letting their children sleep in that room. I want families to skip Netflix and watch coral gardens grow, knowing they are safe and insured. I want the aquatic generation to grow up watching coral grow in their homes, free of politicians. And freedom is so easy if you go to the ocean. Stop negotiating with governments. Start negotiating with flagging registries. Governments outsource their sovereignty privileges to private businesses. To get a flag for your vessel, you never even talk to the flagging government. Do you want your libertarian fantasy? How about private flagging registries competing to grant seasteads de facto political autonomy? This is the holy grail of freedom. It's not persuasion. For example, the Bahamas flag, you have no income tax and no corporate tax. That's just for starters. So far, I've spoken to flagging registries or politicians from 9 flagging states. Palau, Panama, Liberia heard about this opportunity and reached out to us to compete with the other guys. A seastead flag is a public good to be used by any seastead company in any ocean. That means the nonprofit Seasteading Institute must provide it. We told the story to inspire the aquapreneurs. Now we need to provide the legal ecosystem so the free will be safe on the sea. When we close a deal with a flagging registry, more than 2/3 of the Earth's surface is legally opened as a frontier for free societies. How much is 2/3 of this planet worth to freedom? $100 trillion? $1 quintillion? The 3-step process is going to cost the Seasteading Institute roughly $2 million. Consider all the land on Earth, all the millions of lives given to conquer it. A seasteading flag will more than double all that space as a canvas to experiment with the first voluntary societies. Libertarian philosophers, your ideas have changed my life, but ideas don't change the world. Stories change the world. Heroes, villains, civilizations are founded on stories. And the seasteading story of liberty is what inspired Chad and Nadia to risk their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to go down in history as the first seasteaders. The seasteading story of liberty inspired the aquatechs, the engineers, the maritime lawyers to volunteer to help us create the next new world. Let's give the pioneers of the 21st century their flag. Their flag is their shield. It's their peaceful weapon of choice on the stateless half of the planet, the free half. The most devastating tax the government imposes is the tax on your sacred attention, the tax on your emotional energy, not to mention the immense waste of funds we volunteer to politicians who are promising to free us from the state by using the state. Every penny you donate to political campaigns should be donating to the Seasteading Institute, because seasteading is going to solve your political problems faster than any promise of any politician. Now I get to talk to Seasteading Ambassador Gia, Christopher, who is here to tell us why she wants to raise her family on seasteads, and here's where it gets good.
Hey guys, I'm Gia. You may have heard of me. I'm responsible for Mimosa Gate. Joe, thank you for having me here with you.
Thank you for inviting me here. You're the reason I'm here.
So I wanted to ask you, what about pirates?
Pirates, there are probably fewer pirates between here and Hawaii than there are criminals right here in Sacramento.
Why don't pirates raid cruise ships and also huge cruise ships with lots of people with lots of jewels and casino money? Why don't they raid those?
Yeah, I made a cute little video making fun of this idea where a friend of mine pulled up to a cruise ship and we were yelling up, "Throw down your jewelry, we're pirates." I mean, there's tons of, cruise ships are already protected by maritime policing authorities. There's tons of boats out on the ocean that are protected from criminals. And piracy waters are less than 2% of the world's oceans. So if you want to avoid pirates, just don't park your seastead off the coast of failed states.
There you go. I have a question for you. What is the coolest idea besides mine that somebody's going to do with a seastead?
Well, I have my favorite. Everyone has a different favorite. We were going to start with a CB&B just to rent it out and show people, my God, it really works. What I always thought could really pay for this is medical research.
I mean, that's a very good one. Being able to innovate without red tape and bureaucracy, you would move truly at lightning speed, but probably a lot safer than the way we do it here when we do that sort of a thing.
Yeah, the people banging on my door for demanding their seastead are biotech researchers. They want to get out from under the FDA. And they're afraid. They're afraid of the FDA.
Listen to what Joe Rogan says when he gets his stem cells. Like, you can't do that here. What he wants to do. It's illegal.
What's your favorite idea?
My favorite idea is my own. I want to have a restaurant and bar, like a tavern, and it's called Uncle Ron's, and it's an homage to my two favorite Rons, Ron Paul and Ron Swanson. So when you come in, you can eat all the bacon and eggs that you have, and I will stop serving anyone bacon and eggs until you admit you've had enough. That's my idea. And then
sold.
You can take your jet ski over to my seastead anytime you need butter, sugar. I'm right there for you.
I'll do it. I'd love to have you as a neighbor.
Yeah, likewise. And I'd love to have any of you as my neighbor. And I have kids. I have kids that are 21, 14, and 2 years old. And I want to take them out, and I want them to be free. Like, I want them to be the kind of free that I thought I was. I was told, oh, I can do that. It's a free country. Remember that? It's a free country. And I always thought I lived in a free country. I always thought I was free until I tried to actually act like it, and then I found out. I don't even own anything. I don't even own my own body. I don't even own my own children. I don't own my own house. I don't own my car. I don't even own my own ideas. Like, I own nothing. And I want to own something, and I want to be able to have something to pass down. And that matters to me. And I don't want my sons to ever, ever fight for land and resources. I don't ever want them to be in a position where they have to hurt another person that they don't know and they don't dislike out of force and fear. And so this is the only way I can think of that they can actually truly be the free that I thought I was.
You said something to me that this would be true sovereignty. That's what's cool about it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the ultimate expression of libertarianism. There isn't, we all like to talk about, our philosophies, but when are you ever going to actually, put your money where your mouth is and prove it? This is a truly, if, we're going to do this, this is a proof of concept, and if we fail, we failed for a good damn reason, and then we'll either, we failed, then we can pick it up and do it right. But, if you fail, you should fail. You shouldn't have bad ideas survive. I want good ideas to survive. And so...
I want there to be enough seasteads out there that you can shut people up with it. It's like, if you believe in your idea, go seastead it.
I want to steal citizens away from nations that are treating their people poorly. I want to encourage them to come and be citizens of Gia land or whatever I end up calling it. And, you know, it's like, Gia, you're in an HOA. How can you be in an HOA? You're a libertarian. I'm like, this is a government I opted into and that I can actually have a pretty good say in. And yeah, I don't want people parking on their lawns. That's something I agree with. So this would basically be no different than my HOA. You know, everybody who lives in Gia land opts into my community because I offer a really cool neighborhood, I guess, or whatever. Like Ron's bar is pretty hoppin', and they want to be closer to the whiskeys. And
if people are competing to attract citizens,
yeah,
then the best rules are going to emerge in multiple different places. There'll be a government for everybody.
You know, that reminds me of the pizza.
Give that analogy. This is the best analogy I've ever heard for seasteading.
Okay, so let's say you've got 8 friends, and then you can slice a pizza 8 ways. Can you and your 7 friends agree on one pizza for lunch? No, you can't. No, you can't, because one person's gluten-free, one person's lactose-free, one person hates onions, one person likes olives. It's a mess. Your pineapple is the only topping I want. So what I'm saying is, why do we all have to share a pizza and all get a pizza that we don't really like? Why don't we all get our own pizza? So now you've got Pieology. You can go to Pieology and you can get your own pizza exactly the way you want it. And why can't we have that with government? Why can't we have individual personalized pizza governments?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys are friends, but if you had to vote on whether to have a pineapple pizza or not, you'd be forced to be enemies.
Right, yeah, no, if I would literally come to fisticuffs over this. But no, now we don't have to. So now instead of like having to fight with your neighbor, like literally fight over soil and the ground under, you can like just unhook and be like, you know what, I'm out of here. Bye. And then you never actually have to become violent. And that is the truest expression of libertarianism, is the non-aggression principle.
Yes, and it breaks my heart to see people who share my values arguing with each other over finer points of law, trying to get some tiny bit of power in the state to move the needle one sliver this way and spending all this money and emotional energy.
Yeah, I love you guys.
It's not going to get you what you want.
I love you guys, but you are challenging my commitment to the nap. I'm kidding. All right, well, Joe, you're amazing, and I just want to thank you again for coming. And if any of these people have any questions or they want to get a seastead, they can just contact you directly, maybe?
Yes, contact us about a seastead, and a donor wants to buy you a book. So
yeah, go get your book. Joe will sign it for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. soon. Make sure I don't forget anything. Sure, sure. Can I make it out to you? Very good. Is it one word or two words?
One word. I was just thinking about that documentary about the Catholics, how they fell apart. But that was, of course, that was
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well,
it was such a, I mean, the way that they presented anarcho-capitalism and drug addicts.
it's amazing. Like, that's 0.01% of what that conference and community is about. But they emphasize that
It
negative
only
thing.
picks the bad guy. Obviously, they were on land.
Do you go to an Acapulco? I went once. I presented the CC. Yeah. It was international law.
Social
part, and that they were going to run candidates. And the I've been a libertarian since. Depends on your system. Each system is going to be different. It's just like a cruise ship. You can make rules.
Yeah, so that's how it all kind of works, right? It's like associations and a lot of people. Yeah, no one wants to like people are probably no problem with that.
We're social.
Sure.
But there was a great
That's a concern.
there's donation opportunities to the nonprofit. There may be investment opportunities if you want to buy
That's a concern.
the C-pod from Ocean
Government in the world, you know, all 260 of them deciding, yeah, we gotta blockade these guys so it's powerful. They're like actually existential threat. Yeah, that can be a problem. That's not really how they create this was. And so they're not doing that sort of. Well, it's hard to. Well, that's the thing with monopoly, right? It's hard to maintain like a social monopoly. These guys to their advantage, right? And they were in that's a difference in Thanks, Joe. No problem.
Oh, I thought you were bringing me a mimosa with no orange juice. You still bring me
Yeah, that's right. Michael Graves. I liked your talk a lot. I really did. Yeah, I thought it was excellent.
See less crazy now?
Moderately less. Yeah, it's still a little crazy, but you know, yeah.
Maybe I need to start having these clear meetings. As much as I hate to burn gasoline.
I appreciate it. I can see how much more you do on this. Obviously, it's not just you, but very ambitious project. Yeah, I think I'm impressed.
Good. Thank you.
See you in a bit.
Sure, yeah, I'll be around, I think.
Is this something that I may find out on the internet?
Okay.
there's 3 more right here. You get one. I gotta save this one for. Oh, is this yours? Yeah. Sure, sure. No, go ahead. So many people come to us with ideas. Great to meet you, Elizabeth. Yeah. I hear this from Thanks for being with us. Can I make this up to you? Good. Gotta get back to work.
Sorry, I was running late, but we're ready to call back to order because I'm already late. So thank you so much for everything. I'm sorry I've been running around ragged, but thank you for being here, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for organizing all this and dealing with everything.
It's been interesting. I've always that she is. It might be Jeans as well, but no, that bag is a definite Gia bag because I've always loved that bag. Hey all y'all, we're gonna be coming back to order real soon. So you might want to filter back in. We're on Libertarian time. We're already at 2:14. We'll see. Huh? Oh, well, yeah, that's the main thing they have to do. Yeah, that's the main thing that has to happen tonight. Yeah, and really the operations committee is less important than it used to be because of email but it's still Okay, all y'all, we're going to be coming back to order real soon. And as a reminder, we're at orders of the day to take that item off the table before we go on to the next election. So if we could get the people that need to take that off the table. And I haven't called back to order yet. I mean, we haven't, I haven't called it to order yet. Oh. And James, can we start the audio visual, the projectors again? Huh? Oh, I don't know. Are you plugged in for your computer? He doesn't have the HDMI cable. Oh. Okay. Oh, they're sitting, I believe these are them. Nobody walked off with them. They just ended up there. That is my work. Except for it kind of broke apart. And that is my gavel. Yes. Oh, yeah, I could also use my notebook. I guess it had to move for the speaker, so. All good. Right now. Okay, so I am calling back to order at 2:17. Where we're at now is we had laid on the table a final amendment to a possible amendment, a motion possibly being made for an amendment. Ms. Callender. Oh. The mics are on, right? Turn on the on switch.
Hello? That's
There you
better.
are.
Okay, sorry. I've lost the proposer of this change, but she has been determined to be eligible to pick up her credential because she rejoined a few minutes ago. Sarah Foster voted for our John Hospers and Tony Nathan, our first presidential candidates, and used to write the California Party newsletter for many years, and some people know her. I had forgotten all those things about her because I had just seen her at the Reno convention and we went to eat somewhere. So at any rate, she's not here, but I did send in her proposed language. So
Well, I have a question. Would you be willing to make the amendment since you're the one
yes, I'm
standing
going to
at
go
the
ahead
microphone?
and do that. I
Thank
think
you.
she didn't need to make it herself, but she is now a member. I just wanted to let everybody know.
Okay, perfect. I just being for a little bit of expedience sake.
Yes, I know.
Thank you.
So this is the language, and the idea was just to add it to the beginning to clearly state that who we are and why we care about this issue. And I thought that was good advice. So that's the proposed amendment by me, I guess, in this case.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Callender. So I can't see it from here, but we have a motion to amend, which is to add that language at the start of the resolution, correct?
Yes, and I can read it if you like.
If you'd like, that would be nice.
I did send you a copy too, but I know you're doing multitasking. And he just took it off the screen, but I will read it in a moment. Whereas the Libertarian Party was created to oppose government overreach, and whereas the mask mandate is a particularly egregious example.
Okay. All right. Is there a standing second, or is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay, it's been seconded. We are now on discussion of the amendment only. Is there discussion on the amendment? Mr. Edgar, is that possible?
Yes, Madam Chair, one moment.
Okay. We're all multitasking at this point. Can we discuss, I mean, is anybody at the microphones to discuss that we can discuss without seeing it? I see people at the microphones, that's why I'm at. Okay, so you guys aren't at the microphone for that, correct?
Yes, I wanted to discuss this. I have an amendment to the language.
You have an amendment to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay,
It's now fully displayed, Madam Chair.
thank you. And, okay, so, Mr. Wimmers, you have an amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, Ed Wimmer, Santa Clara County. I would like it just to say, whereas the mask mandate is a particularly egregious example of government overreach. I'm not sure the Libertarian Party was exactly created to oppose government overreach. I mean, there are many reasons why it was created. So I would like to just shorten the wording there.
Okay, so can you just say it the way that you'd like it to be worded?
Yeah, so it should just be, whereas the mask mandate is a particularly egregious example of government overreach, and then continue.
Okay.
So take out the first whereas and make the second whereas a little longer.
Here's my question, is that germane to the current amendment? Okay,
Yeah,
it is.
because
I'm not
amending
looking, once again, I'm not looking at it, so it's hard for me to see. So, okay, perfect. So is there a second to the amendment to the amendment? Okay, here's seconds. Is there discussion? Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Well, it's shorter and it avoids why was the Libertarian Party created? I don't think it was just created for government overreach.
Okay, fair enough.
Madam Speaker?
I'm not a speaker, I'm a chair, but that's okay.
Sorry about that. I moved to call all questions.
I'm sorry?
I moved to call all questions. To go to a vote, yeah.
Okay, so you're calling all pending questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is there objection to ending debate on all pending questions?
I'm going to object because that completely changes the reason she wanted it and the reason, in other words.
Okay, that's an objection, so objections don't get to have commentary as well. Okay. All pending questions have been called. There was an objection. We will vote. All those in favor of ending debate on all pending questions, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay. We are closing debate on all pending questions. The first of the pending questions is the amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is removing the words to shorten it, to take out that we were created for all overreach. Does everybody know what they're voting on now? All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment passes. Now we are on the next question, which is the amendment as amended, which is basically the same as what we just voted on because it's already been amended. So all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Okay, it passes. Now we are on the resolution as amended. This is the entire resolution. I'm going to ask the question because if there's a yes answer, we'll do it. Do you guys need the whole thing read to you before we vote? No. I knew y'all would say that. And actually, I'm going to ask a favor of the secretary since he has it in front of him. Mr. Secretary, can you please read the resolution as amended? I can do some things by memory, but not everything.
Okay. Whereas the mask mandate is a particularly egregious example of government overreach, and whereas, oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Then then the next whereas clause is whereas the masking of otherwise healthy people is not without cost, whereas masking healthy people has been shown to reduce blood oxygen concentration levels in human beings, be it resolved that masking of healthy people is henceforth entirely voluntary on all properties owned, operated, leased, or subsidized by the state of California. And
It's must be.
sorry.
And regulated. And no is.
Okay, all right.
And no apostrophe. And was there a comma, semicolon, or anything else?
I'm looking for one.
That would make me mad.
Okay. It's not without cost, comma, whereas. Yeah, I think, okay, it's now correct. Yeah, all right. So now I'm gonna put it up on the screen. How about that?
And they want it read. Do you want me to read it? I can read it from your computer screen.
Sure, I'll read it.
That would be even better.
Whereas the mask mandate is a particularly egregious example of government overreach, whereas the masking of otherwise healthy people is not without cost, whereas masking healthy people has been shown to reduce blood oxygen concentration levels in human beings, be it resolved that masking of healthy people is henceforth must be entirely voluntary on all properties owned, operated, leased, regulated, or subsidized by the state of California and all its political subdivisions.
Yes, the quotation mark at the end is deleted because that was in the text. Okie dokie. So everybody knows what they're voting on. This does take a 2/3 because it is a resolution. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. It passes. Thank you very much. And yay. Okay, so where we're at now is orders of the day. We are on the next election. And I'm going to let him finish furiously typing for a moment. The next election is for secretary. So I would like the people, anybody that's interested in nominating a secretary, to please go to a microphone. Pretty please. Anyone?
Okay.
Yes, sir?
I would like to nominate Chris Edgar, secretary.
Thank you. Is there any further nominations? Okay, seeing none. Once again, for officer elections, when there is only one nominee, we do this by voice vote. However, first we go to the speeches, which are 5 minutes for the nominator and seconder, if there is those, and then 10 minutes for the nominated person. So is Michael Lehman here? Huh? Perfect, there you are. You were hiding for a second. There you are. Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, hi. Chris Edgar, I just want to talk about what an amazing guy he is. He is a lawyer. One of the sharpest minds you'll ever meet. He's become sort of an expert on Roner. Maybe not up to Mr. Brown's level, but but still an amazing asset in that respect. Besides being a lawyer, he's also an artist. He's made a great movie called Power Day, which is coming to a... Yeah, if you get a chance to see it, don't pass that up. It really is fantastic. Hopefully, he'll expand it and we'll see it on a streaming service as a series someday. He's also a musician, Underground Man. It's a great song. It's on my playlist. I listen to it a lot. So yeah, he's an artist. He's an intellect. He's really a Renaissance man. He's literally Da Vinci in a ball cap. And beyond that, he's just a spectacular secretary. I've worked with him on several committees where he's kind of typecast as a secretary now because he's so good at it. So ask anybody who's been on any committee with him. You'll see his minutes are accurate. They come out very quickly, and there's just no problem with it at all. He's like the perfect secretary. Thank you.
And I had a second speech for Mr. Edgar. I've had the privilege of working with Mr. Edgar on the Executive Committee and the Bylaws Committee this past year. Anyone who spent a little bit of time around Mr. Edgar, you'll notice that he's very earnest. He's a very composed and sharp man. Some of his composure may belie a passion for liberty, which, as Gary pointed out, can be demonstrated in his film Power Day, which we saw at the last meeting in Sacramento. If you haven't worked with him, you might not have seen, or made it a habit to watch our quarterly meetings, you might not have seen that Mr. Edgar's also demonstrated a perceptive, conscientious, and patient demeanor in his party business. He has experience in the legal profession, which has served us well in our bylaws meetings. If you haven't been in a lot of bylaws meetings, essentially what they often are is a group of us wrestling over some language, trying to find a way to clearly and succinctly fit all the pertinent conditions and considerations of some bylaw proposal into just a few sentences. I'm sure there were dozens of times where in the midst of some tricky phrasing, Chris could just cut right through it and offer some precise solution to the problem. He certainly saved us hours in those meetings, and I'm certain that this weekend he saved all of us hours by getting ahead of some of these problems in the proposal, in the bylaws proposals. On the executive committee, Mr. Edgar's always been extremely fair and patient. I'd honestly be shocked if anyone has a problem with him. He has, and I'm confident that he will continue to, bring calmness when tensions are high, keep us focused when the path becomes nebulous, and deliver clarity when problems become complex. Mr. Edgar has demonstrated himself to be a tremendous asset to the party. We're very lucky to have him, and I hope you will join me in supporting him for secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Edgar. Nobody make any weird motions while he's down there, because that would suck.
Thank you. I'm excited to accept the nomination and to run for re-election as secretary of the party. I found the job very rewarding so far. I am a lawyer. Like Gary said, I do have a special set of skills, and this allows me to use my special set of skills for something that I actually believe in, which is not necessarily that common in the legal profession. Like, sometimes I feel more like a hired gun, but in this case, well, for one thing, I'm not hired because I'm not getting paid. So I guess obviously, I'm getting something out of this on an emotional level, and I really am. I really, and not just on the level of party business and sort of the intellectual exercise of doing that, but just all the people that I've gotten the chance to work with and to work for, to serve. I've really appreciated that. It's been very rewarding for me. Before being the LP of California secretary, I did have experience as a board member and as an attorney for some nonprofits and for some small corporations. And so I feel like those skills really did stand me in good stead as far as doing this job is concerned. And so it's been a natural fit, I think, for me to do this job. There are some aspects of it that I wasn't as familiar with. Like, I don't think I've ever been in an organization that takes Ronar quite as seriously as this one. Sometimes to the point of making it a blood sport. But I have learned a lot about it. I've been forced to brush up on parliamentary procedure if I want to be part of the Ronar Fight Club. So I hope you'll continue allowing me to have the opportunity to serve you all and to work with you all. And I'm looking forward to serving again as your secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edgar. And you will eventually join the cult of Ronar. It's going to happen. Yes. Okay, so we are going to go to a vote, and of course I'm not going to speak to anything other than say, I'm not saying this, but a certain secretary we've had for the last year has been absolutely fabulous. and I support him wholeheartedly. Okay, we're going to a vote. All those in favor of all those voting yes, and keep in mind you can also vote no, and that's a vote for Noda, because we love Noda in this party. All those for Mr. Edgar, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed or for Noda? Good job. Mr. Edgar has truly been nominated and elected unanimously. And I want to thank you for all of your hard work. I think you and I have worked together very fabulously, and you really have kept up on the job, and I appreciate you a lot. You've made this, the last year you have made, that is one of my shining parts of it. Okay. Congratulations. Okay, so now we are on to the next order of business, which is the election of our treasurer. This is a thankless job. It's a sucky job. Most people don't want to do it. You have to be really good to do it because you have to be on top of things. So I would like to take nominations for treasurer. Yes?
Madam Chair, Craig Strachan, Ventura County. I nominate Jason Regier for treasurer.
Are there any further nominations?
Point of information, Madam Chair. The Vice Chair.
Oh, I'm looking at these mics.
Can we confirm that Mr. Edgar and Mr. Regier are in fact not the same person?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege on this one. You don't know how many times during the last year that I've walked up to one or the other of them and thought I was talking to the other of the one of them. And at convention, it's finally like, okay, one of y'all, I'm talking about Reno, one of y'all got to do something to mix up your shirts or your hat or something, because this is just too confusing. And I believe that it was Mr. Regier that actually then wore flannel the next day. And I thanked him. So yes, they are doppelgangers. Good point of personal privilege.
Just wanted to confirm.
It's an
he is wearing a tie. Mr. Regier is wearing a tie, so I guess that is the tiebreaker. Oh, look at that. There we go.
Wait. They're both wearing ties. They are both wearing ties.
Well, there's not a hat.
Except for right now, he's not wearing his hat.
There's no hat pun, so I guess no, that was low-hanging fruit. Oh, there we go.
All right, we're getting really silly here. And by the way, I did have 2 glasses of wine at lunch, so. All righty then. We have had one nomination for Mr. Regier, and I believe I'm saying that correctly, correct? Yes. Perfect. Is there any further nominations? Okay, seeing none, we will go to, and again, once we go to the vote, it's going to be with the one nominee versus Noda. But first, we will go to the speeches. First thing is the nominating and second speeches for 5 minutes, or up to. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Craig Strachan, Ventura County. Let's face it, being treasurer is a hassle. Filling in forms, putting your signature on them, filing them with the state. Who in the right mind wants to volunteer for that? Sir, yeah. Jason Regier does. And he is exceptionally well qualified for the role. He's a CPA with years of experience as a financial controller and CFO for organizations that are not as exciting as the Libertarian Party of California, but which have much bigger budgets. On the Budget Committee this past year, Jason came prepared. In, I think, his very first contribution to our first meeting, he offered a concise summary of the historical trends since 2018, a brisk analysis of the present position, and ideas for potential savings going forward, most of which found their way into our report. In fact, I thought we could have wrapped it up, the committee, after that first meeting. We could have, but we didn't. In the weeks and months that followed, Jason and Kat McElroy went through and scrubbed the budget line by line, item by item, multiple times. I dare say no one has a better grasp of the financial position of this party than Jason Regier does right now. Yet he still wants to be our treasurer. He's obviously a man who likes a challenge. Let's give him one.
Thank you. Is Is there any, okay, so thank you very much. No, just, okay, then you. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you. I assure you I will not take 10 minutes. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jason Regier. I'm a CFO by trade. I work in the consumer products space. I'm, like Craig said, also a CPA. I've been doing this for 2 decades. My skill set is full cycle accounting, financial planning and analysis, strategic planning. I deal a lot with ERP systems. I work extensively with QuickBooks, which is what the party is on. I deal a lot with operations management, tax and compliance issues. I've also dealt a lot with the state, the CDTFA. I haven't had to deal with the FPPC or the FEC, but look forward to that. I'm a longtime libertarian, but have only been with the party for a few years now. Like Craig said, since I've been in the party, I've done 2 terms with the Financial Standards Committee, 1 term with the Budget Committee, and I think it's given me a pretty good grasp on the party's financial state and the operating dynamics of the party. I'm seeking the position of treasurer just because I think that we're at a unique spot in time. I do think it's different than any time I've lived through it because I'm having so many people, friends, family, that approaching me and saying, they're so sick. These are people on the right and the left saying, hey, what are you into? Is there any alternative to this broken system? And so I believe that this is a time when this party can scale. I think this party can grow right now. I think it's a unique opportunity. And so I know that growth in business takes systems and procedures and infrastructure to make it happen. And I've been doing that for 20 years for businesses, and I'd like the opportunity to try and do that for the party. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so once again, we are going to go to a vote. All those that would like to vote to appoint or elect Mr. Regier for treasurer, please say aye. Yeah, aye. Please say aye. Aye. All those that would rather have none of the above, please say nay. Nay. Okay. Well, we didn't have 2 unanimous in a row. Congratulations, Mr. Regier, or should I say condolences? And we will be working together in the next bit to make sure that all of the transitions are proper and so forth. So I really appreciate you stepping up. And again, condolences. Just kidding. Okay, now that brings us to the next item on the agenda, which is the nominations for Northern Area Coordinator. Please keep in mind for Northern Area Coordinator, only people in the Northern area, which at this point now does include Santa Cruz County because that was done yesterday. So, and oh, I might actually want to ask the Credentials Committee this. On the badges for people in Santa Cruz, does it say North or does it say Central? Yes. Well, at the beginning of business, that was Central. At the beginning of business yesterday. As of today, it's North. Okay. And I was just going to do that. How many people in this room right now are here from Santa Cruz County? Everybody from that county is outside taking a group photo, apparently. Oh. Okay, do we have anybody here from Santa Cruz?
It is listed as Central.
Okay, it is listed as, which it's now North. So do we have anybody, one person, and who is that one person? Oh. And he hasn't, so nobody from Santa Cruz is credentialed? Cool beans. Okay. All right. That means that we have no problem. I just wanted to make sure because we might have had 150 people here from Santa Cruz. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I would like to nominate Elizabeth Stump for Northern Area Coordinator.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for Northern Area Coordinator? Okay, hearing none, nominations have been closed. This is slightly different. It's similar but different. For Northern Area Coordinator, or for any of the area coordinators, and Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 2 minutes for the nomination speech and 5 minutes for the... That's 2 minutes. Oh, they do get 5 minutes, but then the coordinator themselves get 5 minutes as well, correct? Okay, I was wrong. I thought it was 2, it's 5. So the nominating speech and nominating and seconding is 5 minutes, and then the nominee can speak for up to 5 minutes. Yes, sir.
I'm going to do the speech if everyone's ready.
Yes, we are ready.
So I first started getting involved with the Libertarian Party through the Alameda County affiliate. I sometimes joke that I was half expecting to find 2 old guys sitting in a bar complaining about Gavin Newsom. But to my surprise, I found a thriving and welcoming, liberty-oriented community in a bar complaining about Gavin Newsom. And it was exactly what I was looking for. As I got to know the Alameda LP, I began to understand that Betts, or more formally Mrs. Stump, was one of the key reasons why the Alameda County LP was so successful. Through fundraisers, social events, outreach events, political campaigns, and newsletters, Betts has played a central role in establishing the Alameda County Libertarian Party, not just as a hub for a liberty-focused culture in the East Bay Area, but also as an effective platform to further the cause of liberty in California. There's a lot of talent and dedication in the Northern area, but I don't think there's anyone who's in a better position to coordinate the North. I believe the party's growth depends on developing our capacity to deliver a message, to persuade, and to fundraise, and I know that with Betts as NAC, we can look forward to larger, more successful fundraisers, as well as more numerous and more effective outreach opportunities. And just as an example, as we saw last night, Betts can literally turn lemons into limoncello, and limoncello into a $150 donation to the party. So please join me in supporting Ms. Stump for NAC.
Hi, y'all. I'm Victoria Lepacek, and I second the nomination for Ms. Stump for Northern Area Coordinator. In just a few, I'm going to look at you, makes me feel better. In just a few short years, I've learned a lot about the wonderful works of Ms. Stump and have had the pleasure of closely working with her. She is a woman of her word and of her community. She has and continues to plan and coordinate numerous successful events in the Northern area and currently holds chair of the Libertarian Party of Alameda County. Betts is always the first one there and the last one to leave. It's remarkable. She promotes and supports all of her local candidates and campaigns and will take every opportunity to promote liberty. I can't think of a better candidate to represent and coordinate Northern California. Please support Ms. Elizabeth Stump for Northern Area Coordinator.
Thank you very much. And now the candidate can speak for up to 5 minutes.
I'm Betts. That's my nickname. All my friends call me Betts. My haters, you may call me Madam Stump. I was elected in 2011 and 2021 in Visalia to be at large, and when I ran for the first time for state XCOM, my goal as at large was to help all affiliates across the state grow in membership, help affiliates that were floundering, help affiliates that were thriving, and help found affiliates that currently weren't found in any counties presently. And my goal when I took over ENAC is basically the same goal, but now I'm just restricted to the 31 counties, 32 counties, I guess now, under my purview. And I still want to help these counties who are floundering become stronger, help the counties where we don't have affiliates have a voice for liberty. Because there's a lot of counties in the north where we don't have affiliates, but we have a lot of strong libertarian leanings. We have Jefferson County. We got, Sierra. We got so many. We got Yolo. We got Butte County. We got Shasta, which is up and running now. And I want to continue helping these counties find a voice for liberty and help raise awareness that we are here, we are a serious party, and we are going to speak for liberty for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stump. Okay, so this next election is going to be a little bit different, although it's going to be very much the same. So for this one, we only have one nominee, so it's the nominee and NODA that are the two options. However, the only people that can vote are people that, unlike me, have north here instead of south or central. So only those people can vote. We're going to do a voice vote, but I'm going to take you all on your honor that you will only vote if you're in that county. If I kind of glance out and see that there's people from the south opening their mouth, we will end up doing a balloted vote. I don't think any of y'all want to do that. Okay, so I'm taking you all on your word, and I do see things even when you don't think I can. I'm something. I don't know what. I'm living the dream. Okay, so therefore, all of those of you in the north, you don't have to hold up your badges, but I know you, so I know you people. All those in favor of electing Ms. Stump for Northern Area Coordinator, please say aye. Aye. Okay. All right. All those for NODA, please say nay. No, and you are in this? No, you are. Okay. I believe you all were the proper people to vote. Congratulations, Ms. Stump. You have been elected Northern Area Coordinator. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to do a similar thing. We're opening nominations for Central Area Coordinator. And that's the list of counties that are in the center. I'm not going to read them off, but you have bylaws that we just had delineated that tell you. So I'm opening nominations for Central Area Coordinator. Keep in mind, whoever does the nomination has to be from the central area. Go to the mic. It's being live streamed, so even with or without the mic, it needs, with or without you being loud, it needs the mic.
Anthony Strauss, Kern County. I'm sure you guys know who I am in some capacity or another. I'd like to nominate Matthew Butts for the job that he does here in our state. He's already done a great job as coordinator thus far. We've already seen to that, and he's done a tremendous job year after year in Kern County. A lot of people try to unify behind Matt, and I'd like to see people continue to do that. So I do nominate Matthew Butts.
Okay, and that was kind of like a speech. It's supposed to just be a thing, but fair enough. And this thing's moving. Spike warned me about that yesterday. Okay, are there any further nominations? Okay, hearing none. Now, Mr. Strauss, this would be a good time for you to come and do your nominating speech. No. You were... Okay. Point to all. Right now it's just nominations. Now it would have been time for the speech, but I saw you do the speech, so there at 4. Yes.
Kat McAvoy, Fresno.
Yes.
I will also give a nomination speech for Matt.
Perfect. And I'm going to take you to 4.5 minutes because of his 30 seconds.
Okay. So I would also like to nominate Matt Butts for Central Area Coordinator or speak to his nomination. So many of you were personally recruited into this party by Matthew that I hardly feel like he needs. Too quiet? Oh. Oh, you're raising your hands. I hardly feel that he needs a nomination speech. There you go. So Matthew is an effective recruiter who has shown time and again that he will put in countless hours on the phone reaching out to prospective members. He is also the most enthusiastic booster of candidates in the central area. I got a chance to see his innate persuasive skills when we door knocked together in Hanford last summer. I was truly impressed. So we all know that Matthew has a great skill set and passion for the role of CAC, but Matthew has another trait that really lends him to a role like this. He proactively generates collaboration within our region. If he needs advice for assisting in a situation, he'll reach out to someone he knows has done that before and get their guidance. He's connected various county chairs and pro tems together through his central area conference calls and promoted collaboration between us. Not only did he follow all of the campaigns, he promoted them within the party to foster grassroots support from our members. I'm really looking forward to having Matt in our corner and helping the central areas fight for liberty during the next 2 years.
Thank you. Mr. Butts.
Hi, my name is Matthew Butts from Kern County. I accept the nomination. It's been a pleasure getting to know everybody over the last few years. There's a lot of new faces even, and it's great to see. It's been a long road, and I just appreciate getting to know all of you all and the support you've given me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so once again, we are now going to go to a vote. This time,
Point of information?
yes, sir.
Is NODA, is somebody allowed to speak for NODA? I thought we had agreed on that. I don't want to speak for him. I just want to make sure that
It would need to, I mean, we've done that, but at this point that was in part because NODA was nominated. NODA hasn't been nominated on the last several.
I see. So if someone wants to give a NODA speech, they would have to nominate NODA.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Other
Thank you.
than that, the nominator is the only person that could speak for NODA because NODA can't speak for themselves.
Okay, great.
So-
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so this time, unlike last time, oh, I got backwards somehow. This time, you want to make sure that it says Central on your badge. And once again, you only say something if you're in Central, because or else we'd have to go to a balloted vote, and we don't want to do that. So, all those in the Central area that are in favor, or that would like to elect Mr. Butts as Central Area Coordinator, please say aye. Wow, that seemed like a lot of people for Central, but I'm going to trust you all. All those opposed, please say nay. Or all those for NODA, please say nay. Congratulations, Mr. Butts. You've been elected. Okay, that brings us next to the election of the Southern Area Coordinator. And I will open nominations. Yes, sir.
I am Lauren Dean. I'm the chairman of the Riverside County Libertarian Party. I want to nominate Garrison Ham for Southern Area Coordinator.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for Southern Area Coordinator? Okay, hearing none, I'm closing nominations. We will go to the nominating speeches, which are 5 minutes total.
So there I was. It was in Norco, California. It's Labor Day weekend, 114 degrees at the Labor Day Fair, standing in a horse barn built on the surface of the sun. At a Libertarian Party event, tabling event, and we're standing there giving out literature and talking to people, and the animal in the booth with me had made it his mission in life to approach every police explorer. These are the 17 and 18-year-old law enforcement junior sheriff's deputies. Try and get them to take literature and tell them, kids, there's a better way. That libertarian was Garrison Ham. As the chair of Riverside County and speaking on behalf of the combined chairs of the Southern Region, John Dew of Los Angeles, Shane Kiss of San Bernardino, and Chris Kinnear of Orange County, we unanimously endorse Garrison Ham as Southern Area Coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ham, oh, is somebody else speaking on behalf of him? Yes.
All
And
right,
you're also from the
No, but to second his nomination, would you also have to be from the southern area?
Yes.
Or not just to nominate?
correct.
All right.
To nominate, to second, to vote, all of the above, you have to be from the South.
John Dew, Los Angeles County, I second.
And it doesn't need a second. It's only if you want to speak to it. So, okay, but I think we're under the 5 minutes. Does anybody actually from the South want to talk also, besides Mr. Ham? Okay, seeing nobody there, Mr. Ham, and you've got 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. There we go. All right. So, good afternoon, Porcupines. My name is Garrison Ham, and I am currently the chair of San Diego County. And I'm humbly asking for your privilege to serve as the Southern Area Coordinator. In San Diego, our previous chair had to resign, and I was unexpectedly thrusted into the role. I wasn't even on the XCOM. We didn't have much in the way of activities, just a few lightly attended pub nights, so I took the building. I come from a background in startups and hypergrowth companies, so putting together a strategy and executing on it with little to no resources is a bit of a specialty of mine. And in just a few months, the SDLP had a comms committee, recruitment committee, a leadership development program, and now we have 2 members recently placed on government oversight committees monitoring spending and public education. I even got us on the local news doing some community service. This bottoms-up approach is the only way to build a successful party that can run electable and winnable candidates. As Southern Area Coordinator, I'll work with the local chairs to help build a strong affiliate infrastructures, recruit competent candidates, and get libertarians off social media and into their communities, solving local problems with libertarian principles. None of this stuff will happen overnight, but if we want to show up in force in 24, 26, and 2028, then we need to start now. Regardless of what caucus you sit with or what nuanced principles or philosophical takes you might have, I think this is something we can all pretty much agree on. And I pride myself on being diplomatic and easy to work with because I only care about what's important, that's growing this party and getting libertarians into office. Southern California is the proving ground for our principles because every problem that's facing our country is in SoCal, whether it's a border issue, homelessness, drugs, militarization of law enforcement, the list goes on. That's for us to solve, and we can do it. So let's show not just our state, but the rest of the country what dialed-in libertarians can do for downtrodden and distressed communities, and let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go to a vote. This time, if your badge looks just like mine and has a South in it, you can vote on this. And again, it's somebody, if you would like Mr. Ham to be your Southern Area Coordinator, you will vote yes for him or I. And if you would like Noda, you will vote nay. All those who would like to elect Mr. Ham for Southern Area Coordinator, please, in the South, please say aye. Aye. All those for Noda, please say nay. Congratulations. You are now our Southern Area Coordinator. Okay, thank you guys very much. This is going faster now, so that's kind of cool. The next thing that we're going to be at is nominations for at-large. I'm sorry? Oh, I thought you were, you looked at me and I thought you were asking somehow sign language. Okay, so I'll tell y'all how to do it. How about that? Okay, so this year last year we had 4 people elected for 2-year terms for at-large. Of those, one of those people resigned, and therefore that seat was filled, which means we have 3 people from last year that were elected for 2 terms that were not up for re-election this year. Those 3 people were Mr. Minnelletti, Mr. Lima, and Mr. Alvstad. Mr. Alvstad has now taken the position of our vice chair, which means we only now have 2 existing, which means we have 6 to elect. So we will be nominating and electing 6 people to at-large. We have a little glitch in our bylaws, which says our nominating procedure is, it is not IRV, it is not RCV, it is not any of those things. It's that you put down the number of votes of the number of positions that need to be elected. However, it says in our bylaws you can only write in 4 people. But here we have 6 people, that many fingers. So I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules to have everybody vote for 6 people instead of 4, because or else we're going to have a shit show. Yes, and it's up to 6. You can vote 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't vote 7. If you vote 7, that's bad. But right now, you can only vote up to 4, and there's 6 positions, and that's not an appropriate thing. She was at the mic first. But yes.
So I move to suspend the convention rule, not
Correct.
bylaw.
Yeah, I said suspend the rules.
Yep. That limits us to 4 votes and allow voting for up to 6.
Thank you. I will need a standing second for that. Okay, we've got the standing second. I'm going to ask, is there any, this is a suspension of the rules. There is no discussion because it was a suspension of rules to do a thing, so therefore we're going to a vote. All those in favor of the suspension, of the motion to allow you to vote, and this is not changing the rules in the bylaws. This is just, and maybe we should change the rules in the bylaws one of these days. Hint, hint, next convention, or bylaws committee. All those in favor of suspending, or of being able to nominate the 6 positions that are available, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Oh, come on. I thought that Michael Lima would vote no, but he said yes.
I want to go home.
Okay, so now that we've gotten that out of the way that we do this one is a little bit different. For the nominating speech and the speech for the candidate, we don't roll a die. What we do is we line up with our candidates. You don't need a second, but you can have a seconder. And I believe it's 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 2 minutes, right? So it's 2 minutes for the nominator, the seconder, whoever, and that's 2 minutes. And then the person being nominated gets 2 minutes. We're not going to do this where we nominate everybody first, and then the people, we don't roll the die. We're just going to do it so you line up with your person at the microphone. So the nominator, the seconder, if there is one, and the person being nominated are going to line up. I am going to first ask for a point of parliamentary inquiry from my parliamentarian. I am going to nominate one person. If I pass the gavel to nominate that one person, can I take that gavel back, or do I have to leave the gavel with the vice chair for the entire time? Then I have a question, and I'm going to be, or unless, did you find somebody else to nominate? Okay. All right.
I can get someone else.
No, I'm going to do it. I'm nominating Ms. Belinsky. So, question to you as vice chair. Are you nominating anybody? Excellent. That works out perfectly. Can I please pass the gavel to you? And I'm sorry to have to do that to you. Okay, so just once that happens, the tellers do the teller thing just the way that we've done it before. Sure. So for each of these, and Mr. Lima is our timekeeper, of course you know that. So it's just nomination person, nomination person.
Yeah, it's each one individually, correct?
Yes. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will now be accepting nominations from the floor for the at-large positions. We are doing 6.
Michael Lima, Awards Committee. Can I nominate 2 people at the same time, or do I have to do one at a time?
It would just be one at a time.
All right, I'll do one at a time.
Wait, Mr. Lima? So it would just be one, then you would get back in line until others have had a chance to nominate.
All right, Michael Lima, Alameda County. So first and foremost, I would like to nominate Victoria Lepacek. I've known Victoria for a very long time. She is one of the most she's one of the most caring and intelligent people I personally know. I'm not just saying that because she's my girlfriend. She really she really does care about liberty. She drags me to meetings. She's super enthusiastic about it and involved in her county. She was instrumental to my success on my campaign and absolutely helped me so much, and I'm so grateful for her. And she has a lot to offer to the state executive committee, so please consider voting for her, Victoria Lepacek.
Ms. Lepacek?
Hello, it's me again, Victoria Lepacek. It's been quite a year. My time as an at-large member on the California Executive Committee has been nothing short of enriching, educational, and productive. It's brought me the opportunity to do even more of what I love, and that is outreach through working on local campaigns like the Mikey Lima for Hayward campaign, events, and volunteering in my community. This next year, I'm looking forward to doing more of the same. More networking, more membership for the party, and getting more libertarians elected. Vote for me. Thank you.
Ms. Lepacek.
Hi, my name is Mimi Robson from Los Angeles County, and I am nominating Alex Belansky, excuse me. She is a wonderful activist. She is a, I'm sorry? Sorry, I fucked up already. They are wonderful activists, and they are also the chair of the California Youth Caucus, and they have amazing energy, as you've seen throughout this weekend, and I think that they would be the perfect person to supplement the executive committee.
Thank you, Ms. Robson.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Blansky. I am a region representative in LA County, as well as California State Chair of the Libertarian Youth Caucus. How many people can say that their LA County Executive Committee has a 17-year-old? Nobody. So why don't we try that? Let's try something new. You can have youth. You can have a youth perspective. You can have a youth person to actually get the youth involved. I have been working as a politician since I was born. My mother had me in a stroller knocking on doors for Obama. So I have been involved in politics my entire life. My father's a journalist. My mother was a journalist. That's how they met. I've been involved and active my entire life, and I would love to help represent the XCOM. So please vote for me. I know I'm not the most experienced person out there, but I still think I deserve a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mix Belansky. Mr. Lima?
My next nomination is one of my best friends, Alberto Alvarez. Berto won't brag about himself, so I guess that's why I'm here. He studied undergrad at an Ivy League school and got a bachelor's degree in economics. He currently goes to Chapman University, where he's finishing up his last semester of law school. He'll be taking the bar in July, so that's going to be exciting. And Berto and I served 5.5 years in the Marine Corps together at Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, and he deployed in, 2019 to help serve his country. So without further ado, Alberto Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Lima. Mr. Alvarez, you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for your time. As Michael said, I'm finishing up my last semester of law school. I'll be working in tax law, so my professional life is going to be spent arguing with the IRS, telling government bureaucrats to keep their hands out of the pockets of hardworking individuals. So coming to the Libertarian Party is just a natural fit. I do like the new XCOM's ideas that supporting candidates has to be more than just handing out money. We need principled messaging that stays on brand and stays relatable. We need messaging for average voters that have no idea who Ron Paul is, have no idea what the NAP is, but they would be willing to bet on themselves and their communities to solve problems if we could just show them the way, if we can just communicate our ideas in a relatable fashion. As Mikey said, aspiring attorney, so I'll be making a living on the quality of my words and arguments, and I'd love the chance to do it for free for the LP. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez.
My name is Jason Regier from Orange County. I have the pleasure of nominating Craig Strachan for the position of at-large. I've gotten to know Craig recently, just in our term working together on the budget committee. In the short time that we've known each other, I've been very impressed by Craig. He speaks with authority and wisdom. From a long career as a real estate developer, I really have appreciated all of his feedback, just common sense, business, rooted in business sense. So I think the party would be greatly advised to vote for Craig for at-large.
Thank you, Mr. Regier. Mr. Strachan.
Craig Strachan, Ventura County. So at the end of the month, the California COVID state of emergency comes to an end. Finally, after 3 years during which everything we libertarians knew or suspected about the nature of government has been proven to be absolutely right. We knew the shutdowns and mandates and runaway spending would be ruinous and would cause inflation and shortages. We knew because we know Austrian economics. And I knew personally, because I grew up in 1970s Britain, as you can probably tell, pre-Thatcher, in the socialist citadel of Glasgow. Decades of a stale statist consensus resulted in a stagnant economy, soaring inflation, sky-high taxes to pay for bloated public services, which were nonetheless often poor quality and unreliable due to the stranglehold of public sector unions. I have distinct childhood memories of going to bed by candlelight during blackouts, walking to school in the morning because the buses were in strike, through pouring rain, sleet, and snow, past garbage piled high in the streets. So I moved to California, where at least the weather was better. In fairness, it was pretty good overall for a while there, but now I fear California is sleepwalking along the road to socialism, which is the road to ruin, and we need to be the wake-up call. We were right, we've always been right, now we need to get noticed. And that means turning outwards, putting internal dramas and divisions behind us, cultivating and supporting principal candidates, and engaging in issue-based campaigning in our communities to grow a grassroots movement against government by emergency and all forms of governmental overreach in California. We must never go through a period like the last 3 years again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan.
Renita Sussman, Ventura County. Members of the party, I'm speaking to you today to nominate Trendlin Halsey for the position of at-large to the Executive Committee of the Libertarian Party of California. I had the pleasure of meeting Trendlin this past July when she became involved with the Mises Caucus. She expressed to me that she became disillusioned with her previous party's lack of follow-through when it came to doing the things that they pledged to their voters. She told me she has been a longtime fan of Ron Paul, so I know she will be committed to the values that we as libertarians seek to uphold. Specifically, she was against COVID lockdowns, she wants lower taxes, no more senseless wars, and seeks to stop the radical left and the right. She expressed an interest in becoming more than just a member of the California LP and has been quite reliable, attending every Mises Caucus meeting since she joined. When she let us know of her intent to run for a position on the ETSCOM, I was excited for her to do so, and the rest of the board thought she would be a good fit. There's a lot of work to do in a state to combat the oppressive government that we've all come much too familiar with these past few years. Please help us hit the ground running by electing Trendlin for at-large. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trendlin. Got an interesting name, so you'll remember me, hopefully. So yes, I've just recently joined the Libertarian Party about 6-8 months ago, and I just wanted to get involved. I feel like you guys are my people. So I want to, grow the presence of libertarianism in my county, San Mateo. So because I feel isolated and alone. So I want to work for you guys.
Kat McElroy, Fresno County. I'm nominating Tom Nichols for at-large. So Tom's been my vice chair my vice chair. We started as co-vice chairs in Fresno County. I stepped up to the chair, and we changed our bylaws, so we only have one vice chair, and that is now Tom. So he's been in the vice chair position going on a couple years now. He's willing to do anything for this party. I think that's his motivation here, is to step up and do whatever's asked of him and take responsibility for getting towards liberty in California. He's really passionate about decriminalization, drug decriminalization, and Second Amendment, and a lot of issues locally. He ran a really powerful campaign where he got out in the community, talked to people in his community, talked to the local representatives, and I think his passion for this party and this movement is what will make him a great member of the XCOM.
Thank you, Dr. McElroy.
So public speaking is my biggest weakness, and I got to really work on that, especially if I'm going to make any inroads here. I'm Tom Nichols. I'm currently the vice chair of Fresno County, and I accept this nomination. I want to thank our current executive committee for setting the example of selfless service and sacrifice that I've been watching over the last couple of years. Thanks to the convention committee and everyone that worked on this to put this weekend together and make it such a great success. You guys are all starting to feel like a second family to me. You keep me motivated and motivated to stay engaged and make more progress. I've been seeing a lot of progress lately. From my first convention in Visalia to serving as an alternate on the Judicial Committee to helping resurrect our Fresno County affiliate to getting exposure for our party as a state assembly candidate, I stayed loyal to our cause, and I'll be a solid representative for you guys, my fellow libertarians of California. Thank you.
Chris Edgar from LA. I'm here to nominate Graham Brown. Graham has worked closely with me on the bylaws committee. He's got a very sharp mind and attention to detail. He's been just as merciless as Gary has been in ensuring the quality control of our work product. He's also worked on the historical preservation committee. I'm doing some very valuable work there. He's a very all-around nice guy. I hope you've all had the opportunity to meet him this weekend, and I hope that you'll allow him to lend his sharp analytical mind to his work as a member at large. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. It's been great getting to know everybody here, or a lot of people here, the past couple years. If you haven't met me yet, I want to tell you a little bit about why I'm here and what I'm hoping to do. I've been a libertarian since I've been politically aware. I changed my registration from decline to state or no party preference libertarian just so I could get involved with the party. My attitude about my registration was, and kind of still is a little bit, why the hell would I tell the state about my political inclinations? Like a lot of the newer people here, I got involved mostly because of, with both the COVID hysteria that had gripped our culture so quickly and the tyranny that was so readily embraced by our countrymen. It has become undeniable that California is in urgent need for a compelling, liberty-oriented cultural space and liberty-oriented political options. Thank you. As Chris said, over the past year, I've served in the executive committee. I've been working with the historical preservation committee, the bylaws committee. I was very proud to be part of Michael Lima's campaign for Hayward City Council as his treasurer. Thank you. I'm also the treasurer of the Alameda County Libertarian Party now. And I've had a background including project management and navigating bureaucratic structures, which I think has made me more effective in some of these roles. And I wanted to say, too, as you heard in my nomination speech for Ms. Stump, I'm very grateful to her and indeed everybody here who has helped to make this party a kind and welcoming place with like-minded people. I'm happy to be here with you today But that isn't the reason I'm here today, and it probably isn't the only reason you're here today either. I'm here today because I see the political enterprise that gives us the best chance to bring liberty to California. I have nothing but gratitude for everyone who's made the LP a liberty-oriented, welcoming space, and to establish it in California.
Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, we are at time.
Okay. Whether you support me or not, thank you sincerely, and I hope you do support me.
To be fair, he was on the bylaws committee, so he is used to talking a lot. Are there any other nominations from the floor for the at-large position? We have 6. Yes, the secretary is working on that as we speak. Okay, so as I count it here now, so this will have to be done by ballot. We do have 7 nominees and at different terms. So the first 4, so we have 6 spots available for the at-large position. The first 4 will be for the 2-year term. The last 2 will be for a 1-year term. In order of number of votes. Oh, okay, that's what, yeah. I was getting there. But so if I could have the volunteers come up again, and I will read off the names in no particular order. I can't see the screen, but if I could have the volunteers that were doing the tallies earlier for the chairs. Oh, that's fair. Mr. Starr, are you?
I just want to point out something that under Roberts, we're required to have a majority vote to elect anybody to office. So I think we'll achieve that. But I want to encourage everybody to vote for 6 people because you're far more likely to get majorities there. So it has to be majority of the ballots cast for any person to win.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. So again, those names will be Mix Alex Belansky, Miss Victoria Lepacek, Mr. Graham Brown, Mr. Tom Nichols, Mr. Craig Strachan, Miss Trendlyn Hollisey, and Mr. Alberto Alvarez. So 7 nominees for the at-large position. And yeah, that's where we're at. I think we're okay with the tellers. Who took that spot? No, actually, well, who's the, no, Mr. Ham is the Southern Area Coordinator. He was elected as such. No, she's not doing it. She just said she wasn't doing it, right? Yeah. So, is that going to suffice? Okay, I think we'll be fine with who we have. So, Mr. Bowers, Ms. O'Brien, and Ms. Purcell. All right, fantastic. So while we are waiting on the results and the votes and the tallies for the at-large positions, are there any other resolutions that anyone would like to bring to the body at this time? Mr. Starr?
Unless there's somebody who's running for at-large who wants to run for alternate, maybe it would be worthwhile to have nominations this time for alternate too.
Right, and that's what I suspected, so just in case, just because we have the 7, but you did read my, I was actually conferring with Mr. Brown about that very thing early on.
I was going to make the same motion.
Wow, there are no further resolutions. This is really interesting. We're just going to have quiet time until these just. That's. Do we ready? Miss Eiler, our LNC4 rep. Miss Eiler, Carrie Eiler, would you be willing to be a fourth teller? We do need a fourth. Miss O'Brien would be happy to coach you in that. Or perhaps Miss Purcell. Thank you so much. Yes.
Mr. Vice Chair. Kat McElroy,
Yes.
Fresno County. I just wanted to say something. It's not a motion.
Dr. McElroy, please.
For those of you who stood in a very long line yesterday to check in for credentialing, it really helps, really helps if you get a free business ticket about a week before or earlier. That way we can check your credentials and get it all ready to go, have your name badges printed. The other thing is we don't have to take the time to look through the databases, which are kind of slow to load, and we have to look at 2 of them, get all the names spelled right, and work all that out. So in the future, shorter lines will be really helpful for the volunteers on the credentials committee and also for your experience to not have to stand in line. Thanks. Like today. Today was fast, right? Because you were credentialed from yesterday.
Let's make that. Thank you, Dr. McElroy.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Dean, Chair of Riverside County, please.
Point of information.
Yes.
Is taxation theft?
Some might say it's extortion, but, and by some I mean I would say that. Some might agree or disagree, but yeah, that might be up to interpretation. Either way, it's bad.
Not all taxes are bad.
Who said that? Mr. Starr.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, by the way, once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
We've had a really good weekend. And I think that we need to thank the people that helped make this possible. I know that the Credentials Committee was doing a lot of work. I believe that there were a number of people that were organizing this whole convention that did a lot of work. I just want to say to all of you that I appreciate all the work you've done. It's thankless, so I want to make sure, at least now, you get thanked. So whoever you are, thank you very much. I hope that there'll be an opportunity where those individuals can be up in the front of the room and just be recognized for the work they did this weekend and before.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Yes, the Credentials Committee, if we can give it a hand for the Credentials Committee and the Convention Committee. particularly, not in this room right now, Miss Gia Christopher, chair of the convention committee, who made this all possible. If we could give her a huge round of applause. It is worth remembering that we are all volunteers.
We got everyone's ballots? Everyone's ballots in?
It's unfortunate.
Mr. Chair, or Mr. Convention Chair.
Ms. Brierly?
Ms. Temporary Convention Chair. I would like to move to make some candidate endorsements to get the, these are 5 candidates running for Senate, House, Senate, and get this body to endorse these bold libertarian candidates who are going to spread the message of individual liberty throughout California.
May I make an ask of Ms. Brierly to name the races and
Yes.
the people?
You certainly may. This is Gail Lightfoot for U.S. Senate. Joe Dean for U.S. House District 17. Jose Castañeda for U.S. House District 28. Alan Kaiser for State Senate District 13. That's in San Mateo and Santa Clara counties. And Mark Hinkle for State Senate District 15 in Santa Clara County. And I'll just add that Joe Dean's District 17 is Alameda and Santa Clara, and Jose Castañeda's district is Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties.
Ms. Brierly, just to make sure I have the correct records here. So it's Jose Castaneda for U.S. House District what?
28.
And then Alan Kaiser for
Yes.
U.S. House. Okay, thank you. Which House District for Mr. Kaiser?
13. No, excuse me, State Senate District 13.
Okay. All right. I've now been provided with the document here, so I can sort it out. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'd be
Thank
better
you.
on Candid. Is the vote over? Or would it be appropriate at this time? Okay.
Unless you want to keep going.
I mean, I can just finish up the. It's up to you. I'll go ahead and just finish it up. So there was a motion made on the floor by Ms. Elizabeth Brierly for the endorsement of the candidates that are on the screen, I presume, by the Libertarian Party of California State Central Committee. Is there a standing second? We're going to need to see a standing second, folks. Let's not be lazy. I know it's the end of the day. Okay, that looks like it's probably more than enough. So we'll go ahead and do this by acclamation. All in favor of adopting the aforementioned candidates for endorsement, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Very well. Congratulations, candidates who are endorsed by the Libertarian Party of California State Central Committee.
And
Thank you so much for doing the work.
yes, thank you all for stepping up to run in these important races.
And I will now pass the gavel back to the chair.
Probably. You never know. I might leave again and come back. I might do that several times just to make him get up and down and up and down. Okay, is there any? Nobody at the mics? Since nothing's pending, I have a point of personal privilege. I would like to congratulate Mr. Malagon on his win, and I would like to wish you all the success you deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more time for good measure.
Excellent. Okay, anybody have anything? We're almost done. We're not done yet. I mean, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I could start singing. No, well, we don't usually have singers. I could serenade you if you'd like. I did used to be in a punk rock band, but it was primarily screaming when I sang, so. Do you really want that? It's much, 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 much better if there's a band behind me and if I've got my bass. And there you go. If you find me a bass guitar, I'll do it. And if I started singing one of my songs, nobody would get it anyways, because, you know. Oh, no, thank you. Oh, no, what? No, okay. Bum. Elizabeth Short, I looked for you at 53 Linden Avenue. They said you were long gone, but I know your spirit lingers on. Who tied you up and cut you in two? Oh, Betty, who would do that to you? With the cigarette burns and frenzied slashes. Who cut up your young face in slashes? That's one of my songs. I wrote it. The next part, you'll at least know what I'm talking about. They called you Black Dahlia, thou child of the night. Thank you. And it's about the Black Dahlia, who, by the way, it was just
Do go on, Madam Chair, please.
Anniversary. Mr. Dean.
I would like to make a motion. The exact nature of the motion will be up to you as a parliamentarian. I would like for this body to offer an official thanks to Jeff Hewitt for his service in breaking the plane as an elected Libertarian, for achieving the office that he did, for fighting the fight that he fought. Jeff Hewitt was unseated thanks to the combined wrath and illegal campaign donations of the four most powerful public sector unions in Riverside County. He was targeted by vicious tyrants who are enabling other vicious tyrants. And I would like for this body to condemn that and voice its support for Jeff Hewitt.
Okay, so let me help here.
Okay.
You would like to suspend the rules to make a resolution
To do that.
to do that thing,
Yeah.
which needs words to it that are kind of like written out, kind of, sort of?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Does it require a suspension of the rules? Or are we on other business right now? Usually resolutions do come at the end.
We are not there yet because we're still in
okay.
elections. So I'm going to make, I think that you should make a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution, except for I think that you should at least on a piece of paper do a script, you know, some kind of writing to give to the secretary. And I think that the words you said were good, but I don't know that.
But go write them down.
Pretty much.
Okay.
All right. Any other microphone people? Anybody? Okie dokie.
Would this be,
Well, you get there. Yes.
I mean, given that the counting is going on, we don't have really other business. Might this be an appropriate time just for a recess or adjourn for maybe 10 minutes so we can use the facilities and that sort of thing?
Probably, maybe, sorta.
I'd like.
Can she say her? Can they say their thing first, please?
Parliamentary inquiry. Does the losing person in this election automatically become an alternate?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was easy. Okay, now, no, we have a separate election for that. Yes, sir.
I'd like to move to adjourn for 10 minutes so that we're actually adjourned because I want it to come back at a specific time. I don't want people to have to hang around. So I want to adjourn for 10 minutes and then reconvene then. So hopefully the counting will be done by then.
I believe, and two people have asked me on two different sides why adjourn. I believe it's because typically for recesses,
because with the
people
recess,
are expected to kind of stay closer, and I think he may want to, walk across the street.
So the distinction is that with a recess, you can call people back into order at any time. So they have to be right next to the room to make sure that happens. Whereas with an adjournment, you can leave and come back for a specific time.
I think we're talking longer about what the right way to do it is than to just do it. So let me just try this.
Sure.
Is there a second to an adjournment for how many minutes?
10 minutes.
Is there okay, there's a second. Is there any objection to adjourning for 10 minutes, which would bring us back to order at 3:56? No, because it was for 10 minutes. Well, 3:47, because we didn't vote yet. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we are adjourned for 10 minutes with a time to come back at 3:57. Yes, sir. Huh? Yeah. Someplace further away than this? Okay. All right, I will do that. But I'm going to, if we're going to do that, I'm going to do a thing on the way there. All right.
Actually, let me run up to the room really quickly. I'll do it before we actually resume. And then we'll do that.
All right.
Welcome to my world. So really quickly, while we are at ease, I will say we do have someone looking to become a lifetime member, Mr. Matt Kuykendall from Orange County. If you would come up to the stage, I would be happy to pin him, assuming that he's okay with the soon-to-be new chair and not the current chair. Yeah, you did it last night, right? Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I will make you all proud. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Let's take a... Another hand for Mr. Matt Kuykendall, lifetime member. Now, I'll give a quick pitch for those of you that would like to become lifetime members. We can either do this after the meeting, I don't think there'll be another recess, but we do have an executive committee meeting right after this up in the boardroom that'll be on the same floor as the terrace. So should you choose to do it then, I have a couple of pins left. I think that the chair has a few other pins. So if you want to do it here, or you'd rather do it in the smaller boardroom with the new executive committee, you're welcome to do that too. So lifetime memberships again are $1,000. $500 goes to the county affiliate that you are affiliated with. The other $500 goes to the state. So thank you so much. Oh, okay. So I'd like to come back.
Okay, everybody. We're back in session a minute late. It is now 3:58. We do have winners for the at-large positions. And let me just... All right, so we do have winners for those elections. And so it was all done on one ballot. And so I will read all of the results in order. The first four will be the four people that will be serving the 2-year term. And that is Tom Nichols with 77 votes. Graham Brown with 76 votes. Greg Strachan with 74 votes. Alberto Alvarez with did I just say him? Whoops. Did I? Okay. Okay, so Greg Strachan with 76 votes. Alberto Alvarez with 74 votes. So congratulations to those four. Then the 2 members that were elected for a 1-year term are Victoria Lepacek with 72 votes. Trindlin Halsey with 65 votes. Did I say that right? Okay. So those are the 6 winners. Alex Belinsky received 20 votes. She did not win, but they did not win. They didn't win. I'm sorry. 20. There you go. Okay, so, and just so everybody knows, the ballots cast were 86. A majority was 44. So all of those people did have a majority, so therefore, congratulations to those 6. Oh, and by the way, there was 3 no-to votes, and there was also 1 ineligible write-in vote for Mickey Mouse. Okay, so now we're going to go to the next item on the agenda, which is the election for alternate at large. There are 2 alternate at large members. They serve for 1-year terms. And we will do the same as what we did for the last election. You'll line up together, the nominator and the nominee, and you will each have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, and
I would like to nominate myself. Is that possible?
you can.
Yes, I would like to
And
nominate myself.
you get 4 minutes now.
Oh, well, I'm going to go and try this again because it didn't work the first time, so here goes the second try. Like I said, I am the youth. I can bring a young perspective to this. I am the hippie that we all need. I just want to be helpful in any way, shape, or form. My parents have always told me I am too helpful, which I don't know if is a real thing, but whatever. And I think that I would be a great at-large member. I can kick ass, take names, and be a libertarian. So, I don't know what else to say. So, I'm going to yield my time.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Mary Beth Yuskavage from
I'm sorry to do this. It doesn't need a nominations don't need a second.
Mary Beth Yuskavage from Fresno County LP.
Yeah, from
I
up
nominate David Gorsch for member at large. Dave is 1 year with us, joined last year, and he's been a great addition to our membership. He's got a lot of energy, jumps in when asked to do things. He has passion for the Second Amendment rights. He's done volunteer work down at the Fresno County Gun Show. He's also been helpful in outreach, and he's just a fun, very, very easy to speak with, very gregarious, let's say that. So I think, but he also knows principles. He's already involved. He can have conversations about how to get things done, and has already jumped on board with how this all works. So I think he'd be a great addition. He himself is also, I would consider, youthful. So I think that again, he would be a great addition, and vote for him.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you.
Accept the nomination.
Mike, closer to the phone.
Oh, okay. So over 2 years of COVID was kind of driven towards the liberty movement, but Kat McElroy was instrumental in me actually changing from no party preference to libertarian. And while serving as a at-large alternate, I'd like to continue the membership drive in that capacity and just get more people into the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Further nominations? Yes, sir.
Adrian F. Malagon, Contra Costa County. I would like to nominate Max Jimenez for at-large alternate. So I have known Mr. Jimenez for quite some time. We're childhood friends. He was politically homeless for quite some time, Navy veteran, and Mr. Lima is very drunk. I hope. Oh, God. But he has found a home in the Libertarian Party, and he is willing and able to serve. I was able to bring him out of Plato's metaphorical cave, and he has now seen the light. So this is a good time to capitalize on that Hispanic outreach I was talking about. So I will pass it off to Mr. Jimenez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Max Jimenez, as he just mentioned. Adrian pointed out that my goal is to bring the more Hispanics, not Latinx, but the actual Latinos and Latinas of California. California is made up of 40% Latinos, and this is a market that we desperately need for membership growth. I believe I have some ideas that I've bounced off of Adrian and Maj himself. Big fan of Maj for what he's doing with the black community as well, and I plan on taking some of those skills, and hopefully we can make this party grow even bigger and actually kick some ass. That's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any further nominations? Okay, seeing none, I will close nominations. We have 3 nominees for 2 positions for a 1-year term as alternate at large. We have Mix Belansky. We have, I'm sorry, the last name was Gorsh. Okay, thank you. David Gorsh and Max Jimenez. We will once again have the tellers come down here. You will be voting for up to 2 people. It's not ranked, it's just 2 people. And there you go. That's what you guys know the drill at this point, so. Well, yeah. Oh, and I should mention that we have the 2 positions are ranked alternates, alternate number 1, alternate number 2. They both serve for the same amount of time. It's 1 year, but they're ranked and they're put in ranked order. So the person getting the most votes is the first alternate. The person, I'm sorry? Yes. So they fill in ranked order. So the first alternate is the first to fill in, the second alternate is the second to fill in. And that is by number of votes. So we're going to go ahead and do the thing.
Play some more music. Madam Chair. Do I need to bang it out louder? Madam Chair. I want to suspend the rules to adopt this resolution. This is the moment for that, right?
Has
You are
everyone
my-
cast their ballots?
you
If
are
you
my
have not
rules
cast
oracle.
your ballots yet, please come to the front now. Thank you.
Mr. Dean, you're at the microphone. Are you ready?
I am at the microphone. I am ready. I would like to move to suspend the rules to adopt a resolution in support of Jeff Hewitt.
Okay, give me one moment. I think the last person is voting, so I'm going to just try to get people's attention real quick. Everybody, I want your attention because we're actually going to do a little bit of business while this count happens. So I recognize Mr. Dean.
I move that we suspend the rules to adopt a resolution in support of Jeff Hewitt.
And are you doing this as a one vote or two vote?
I'm happy to do this as a single vote.
Okay, so he's making a motion to suspend the rules to adopt a resolution. The resolution is up on the screen. Can you please read the resolution?
I will. It reads, Jeff Hewitt lost his county supervisor seat in Riverside County thanks to the combined wrath and illegal campaign donations of the county's public sector unions. We salute Mr. Hewitt for fighting the fight he fought and breaking the plane for libertarians in elected office.
That's short and sweet. Okay, we need a standing second. We still need 13 people standing. And we've got, I don't know if they're standing, everybody. Okay, now everybody is standing for it. Okay, so we've got 13. This was a motion to suspend the rules to adopt the resolution, therefore it is not debatable. Does everybody know what they're voting on? It's up on the screen. It's pretty short. I can't read it from here. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Wow. Libertarians. Okay, thank you very much. It passes. Congratulations. And by the way, Jeff Hewitt, I'm just going to take a point of personal privilege here. He is fighting the good fight, and he is going to fight this, and he's got attorneys, and I support him completely. One of the things I'm going to do after I leave my chairmanship is I'm going to be involved in that effort because I've been railing against this for years. It's collusion. So. Let's go, Jeff! Yes. Are you at the mic?
I was going to say if we could give him a round of applause for being like such a good mentor and stuff, but that was just taken. So we're good.
Okay, we're good. Yay. Okay. Anybody else with stuff and things? And by the way, once this count is done, we will go to the next two items on the agenda, which I think we've exhausted. So therefore, we're super close.
Madam Chair, I do have some stuff and a thing.
Okay, perfect.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. This book, Libertarianism, John Hosper's The Libertarian Party's 50th Anniversary and Beyond, edited by C. Ronald Kimberling and Stan Oliver, is available for sale. It's a great type of thing to take when you're going to be in line somewhere because it's short essays contributed from many, many libertarians. It's a retrospective on our first presidential nominee, 1972, John Hospers. It has contributions from Joe Jorgensen, Mary Ruwart, Ron Kimberling, Tom Palmer, Elizabeth Brierly. And there are some flyers around for a special bonus to receive an additional libertarian book if you order this from that flyer with the, I guess there's a coupon code, and you'll get another libertarian book that you can give to a friend or a family member. So wanted to just mention that. And if anybody would like to take a look at the essays in here while I'm here, I only have one copy, I apologize, but you can come see me. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any things and stuff? Okay. Libertarians being really quiet. That's
Madam Chair, I have some stuff and a thing.
Another stuff and a thing. Perfect.
Elizabeth Brierly, Santa Clara County. Carla Howell, who did amazing work in Massachusetts, getting 45% of the vote for 3 different measures. Don't quote me on the exact numbers for each one, but one of them was to eliminate the state sales tax, and another was to eliminate the state income tax. She also ran against Mitt Romney for governor and against Teddy Kennedy for Senate. And somebody said, when I told them that, he said, oh, she should have run over him. Sorry. She has written a number of libertarian songs. These are songs that communicate the ideas of liberty in, via art. And we talk about stories and art and music and film and ways to communicate the ideas of liberty. If you go to carlahowell.com, you'll see her songs are professionally produced there, and you can send people to the site or send them MP3s, download them. And she's also created 4 professionally produced music videos of these. So carlahowell.com, she is a tremendous communicator of libertarian ideas to the general public. Take a listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sandra Callender, Contra Costa County. I just have a request for information. In the past, there have been bylaws committees, and generally speaking, as much as I enjoy writing, that's not what I want to be writing. I'd rather write novels or screenplays. Anyway, where the whole idea is to create conflict. But writing bylaws is where you're trying to prevent conflict or to resolve conflict. And I've become aware that that's probably a good place to pay attention to what's going on. So I don't recall, how do we staff the bylaws committees? What I seem to recall is that sometimes the chairs will get an email saying, we need more people to join the bylaws committee. Is that how it's done? And what happens if you're in a county that's not organized or that's been declared inactive or whatever? How do you find out about bylaws positions?
Okay, so the answer to that question is, I think, a couple-fold, but the main answer is how does the bylaws committee be populated? It has nothing to do with county central committees or county organizations. It has nothing to do with if you're in a county that's organized or not organized. I will just read from the bylaws that not later than 60 days following the close of each convention, the executive committee shall appoint a bylaws committee of 5 state central committee members to recommend changes to the bylaws and convention rules. So that means within 60 days, where it's typically the first although we went through this yesterday, we don't have regular meetings or we don't have quarterly meetings, except for we usually do have quarterly meetings. So it's usually at the first quarterly meeting following the convention that it is on the agenda to elect the positions of the bylaws committee. To just go a little bit further, there are 5 members of that committee and they are voted on by the executive committee. So I don't know, I mean, in the past we've had a committee application on the website to apply for committees. I know right now, I believe that that application is not there, but it directs you to send an email to the executive committee. So I would suggest, yes, Mr. Maligan.
So what I would suggest, what I would plan on doing after this convention would be to send out an email to the membership for anyone that wishes to apply with any sort of desire to serve on any committee, and that email will include the committees that are available, the descriptions, et cetera, to email the private executive committee email list with a resume. So that'll go out within the next few days because we wanted to decide this before the first, or get the applications in by the time the first quarterly meeting comes around. So that will be going out to the membership possibly within the next 72-ish hours, I suppose.
And just as an ask to you, so currently on the website, it shows to email the exec.com@ca.lp.org, so that would still be a way to find it is on the website, correct?
Correct. That is the private list. Yeah, correct.
Okay. So I would suggest sending an email with the committee you'd like to be on, as well as, you know, if you'd like to include a resume, to exec-com with 2 M's @ca.lp.org.
Thank
Madam,
you.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair, we have results for the at-large alternate election.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have results, and we did, in fact, have 2 winners on the first ballot. Ballots cast were 73. A majority was 37. Max Jimenez is now our first alternate with 60 votes. David Gorsh is the second alternate with 54 votes. Alex Belansky received 23 votes. Noda received 3 votes, and Angela McCardle received 1 vote. So our first and second alternates are Max Jimenez and David Gorsh, respectively. Congratulations. Okay, so that now brings us, I see people at the mics, so I will go to them. Okay, yes, sir? Yes.
Star
Are you a
Child,
fairy
Chair
or a
of San Francisco.
butterfly?
Take your pick.
Butterfly?
I was a butterfly this morning. I was not here because I went back to San Francisco, drove back last night to participate in the local sister rally that we had for the anti-war rally going on today in DC. Thank you. And the first line I made was, let's hope a butterfly flapping his wings and flapping his lips a little bit here today in San Francisco can have an effect on a war going on halfway across the world. So anyway, there was about 150 people present at the San Francisco rally. They were there specifically for the rally. We did it in Embarcadero Plaza in front of the Ferry Building, the big plaza there for those who know the area. So there were a lot of other people within earshot. Unfortunately, the time given for remarks was very limited. I had less than 5 minutes, so didn't go into as much detail as I wanted. Besides myself, the other libertarian there was Eric Garris of antiwar.com, who also spoke. And I focused my remarks on secession, which after doing a little bit of research, I feel even more strongly that this is a major cause of war, that being government's unwillingness to give up control over territory or people. Every single decade since World War II, there's been at least one major conflict that was directly a result of this, like Sri Lanka, the Tamil minority being suppressed by the Sinhalese majority, not allowing an independent homeland, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, Chechnya in Russia, Kosovo, the Serb dictator Slobodan Milosevic attempting to prevent independence. The list just goes on and on. In Ukraine, of course, the Putin regime, Putin hasn't given up on resurrecting the former Soviet Union. He doesn't respect the independence of Ukraine, doesn't want to give up that territory. And the Zelensky government doesn't want to give up territory in eastern regions of Ukraine where there's a majority ethnically and linguistically Russian population that would rather be part of Russia or perhaps independent. So many of these conflicts are a result of this basic failure to respect self-determination. And that's what I spoke about today. And I'm glad that we as a party are reaching out to the left, trying to build cross-transpartisan coalitions. He wasn't there in person, but there's mention of John Dennis, who's a somewhat Ron Paul-leaning Republican who is chair of the Republican Party now in San Francisco, and he voiced his support for the anti-war rally as well. So I think we can continue to build on this transpartisan effort to speak out against the war machine, not just in the US, but other governments overseas. Chinese regime under dictator Xi threatening to invade Taiwan is a big one coming up. And libertarians should speak out against that. Thank you.
Thank you. This mic?
David Bowers, Los Angeles County, point of personal privilege. I was yelling out from the floor about things being fixed. That was not in relation to this election necessarily that was going on. It was more about instant runoff voting, especially with an individual. Now that we've changed it where it's ranked choice voting and NOTA means that the other people don't automatically get votes, that's maybe a little bit better. But my general concern with this ranked choice voting, instant runoff voting, is that I don't think it should be used in public elections. That's where the fix is in. And that's my big concern with it. It's okay in a body like this, small group of people, quorum of a membership group like this, but for the general elections of the public, I'm totally against it. And that's why I feel a fix is in when it's used.
Okay, thank you. Yes?
Point of inquiry and point of personal privilege.
Which first? Is it an inquiry or
point
a
of
privilege?
inquiry first.
Perfect.
Is the meeting that is happening directly after the convention not the first quarterly meeting?
No.
What would it be?
It's the post-convention executive committee meeting with the main order of business electing the operations committee.
Cool. And then my point of personal privilege is I wanted to thank everyone who voted for me. I understand I'm an outlier, and I understand I'm not the most I'm obviously not the most popular person here, but I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who voted for me, and I'll try again next year.
Perfect. Thank you. And I'm going to take a point of personal privilege to say that they are a good person, bubbly, youth of this party, and I know that there's good things to come.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I guess I need to formally resign my position in the Judicial Committee.
Well, I believe, does it take a formal resignation or is it automatic once being elected? Yeah, I believe that it's automatic because you're no longer eligible to fill that position, so I don't believe
automatic.
you need to.
Correct. Is that going to leave an open for an alternate?
And yes, it is because we just were about to get there.
Oh, okay, sorry. Didn't mean to jump the gun.
No, that's cool. That's totally cool. It's just, I was about to get there because I take it as once you are no longer eligible, you are not on that committee. And the next order of business on our agenda is to elect judicial committee members. And so therefore we will be having one opening for that. So, yes, sir.
Point of information. After the Judicial Committee, will we have an opportunity to make resolutions?
Yes, that's on the agenda. That's the orders of the day.
Okay, and then we should submit those to the secretary.
That would be probably the bestest way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The best way to do so would be via email at secretary@ca.lp.org.
And if not possible, at least write it legibly on a piece of paper. Okay, so that brings us to the orders of the day. And the orders of the day at this point are, because of what he just said, I was going to go to the next item on the agenda for elections is Judicial Committee. We elect our Judicial Committee every 2 years. We did that at the last convention. However, because one of the members of that committee is now serving on the Executive Committee, they're no longer eligible, which means that we need to fill that position at this convention. So, that being said, I'm going to open nominations from the floor for the 5th member of the Judicial Committee. Oh, sure. And now, by the way, I'm 4 glasses of wine in. And if Mr. Malagon would share a little bit of that in my glass, I would be eternally grateful.
I would be happy to share with the chair. I could go get a new bottle. This one is
damn
gone.
it. Damn it.
I'll do that
Downtown.
now, actually. This will take some time. I'll go do that now.
I thought you still had the bottle there. So, yeah, I'm going to get drunk tonight. As a matter of fact, I thought somebody was going to be bringing me shots by now. Okay. Oh, I'm joking. I don't know. I don't know. Surprise me. Clear. Okay, so the Judicial Committee. And I'm not flying out till tomorrow, so in case anybody cares. Oh, home. Okay. The Judicial Committee shall consist of 5 state central committee members elected at convention of the party by the attending delegates. The term of Judicial Committee members shall begin at the close of each convention held in an even-numbered year, except for, and I'm going to just interject here from the rules, except for to fill vacancies. After a new committee has been elected, there are 2 alternates. Neither of those 2 positions are up for re-election because none of them have resigned and they're still in place. And the Judicial Committee is basically there to for a review of party action or inaction. And it shall be limited to, oh wow, this is strong spelling. Whoa. Action and inaction in accordance with the governing documents of the party, including these bylaws and documents to which they refer. Is that enough, or would you like more? I'm sorry? Perfect. Okay, so everybody understand. You're still. What? Okay, so now we're opening nominations for Judicial Committee. Yes, sir.
I would like to nominate Meredith Hayes.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to nominate Meredith Hayes.
Thank you, Ian. Yeah, be a little bit closer to the microphone. It helps. Okay, Meredith Hayes. Is there further nominations? Okay. Well, you can't actually speak to the nomination. So we do this the same way as the last ones. Do you want to speak to it?
She's a lawyer, huh? Yeah.
She's a lawyer. Okay.
I'm good.
And would you like to speak to your nomination?
If I don't need to, no.
Well, I think you did. You said, I'm a lawyer and I'm good.
Yes. I'm very fair and neutral, and I will follow the law or whatever I am implementing to the letter. And I love you guys. You guys are all awesome. Very inspiring to be around you all.
Thank you. All right, are there any other nominations for Judicial Committee? Okay, seeing none, we're back to where we've been, which is to vote. So there was only one nominee for one open position. This will be a one-year position because, of course, next year you'll be electing an entirely new Judicial Committee. So all of those in favor of, or let me rephrase, all of you voting to elect Meredith Hayes as the Judicial Committee member, please say aye. Aye. All of you that would prefer Noda, please say nay. Excellent. Congratulations. Okay, and that will bring us to the orders of the day, which are, do you want to say something?
I wrote a poem about Adrian that I'd like to share. No, I'm kidding.
He told me to keep you from the mic.
I bet. Madam Chair, I want to thank you for doing this last time and serving as the chair of this convention. I greatly appreciate it. And with that being said, I motion to adjourn the 2023 California LP Convention.
Okay. That is in order. I do believe somebody had a resolution or an endorsement to make, so I'm going to ask for objections.
Object.
Okay, it's been objected to. And this is a main motion because it's the final adjournment, so it's subject to debate. So, and it is a main motion, so the first thing it needs is 13 people standing for a standing second. This is seconding the motion to adjourn. There's been objections, so therefore it's a main motion. It needs a second. It's open for debate. We've got far more than 13 people standing, so we can have debate. And you're at the microphone?
Yes, I'd like to oppose adjournment. I have an amendment, or sorry, a resolution I'd like to make opposing the U.S. Spending money on the war between Russia and Ukraine. And so I'd like to keep the convention open to make that resolution.
Okay, thank you. Is there Mr. Lima?
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. Nobody else was standing at the mic anyway. You don't need a second for closing. Okay. I know. So, okay, so the question has been called. Therefore, we will go to a vote on ending debate on the motion to adjourn. This requires, at this point, a 2/3 vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The motion has passed. We are adjourned. Or wait. That was close debate. I fucked up. Oops. I screwed up. Okay, we closed debate. We now go to a motion, and this is also requiring a... It's signed die, so it's, yeah. It's not 1/3. Okay, this is a motion to adjourn sine die, and by the way, you did not say that, and other people say it's sine die and stuff like that. So, it requires a majority vote. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Nay. We are now adjourned for the 2023 Libertarian Party of California Convention at 4:40. And one last thing. I am now going to pass the gavel to the new chair. Okay, we have to redo this now. Okay,
That didn't happen.
so yeah, so And just to know, when I became chair 5 years ago, Ted Brown passed this gavel to me, and now I'm passing this gavel to Mr. Ballard. I don't usually drink dark, but...
We're doing it today. Cheers. Thank you.
Well, travel safely. I wish you really...
My brother-in-law.
So really quickly, before the new executive committee meets upstairs, there are a couple of orders of informal business that will take place here. So lifetime memberships, there are a few of you that have approached wanting to do lifetime memberships. I'm going to be selfish on this one and execute executive privilege here. So I will be the first to pin myself as a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party of California. As the new chair, but there are more. So we have two that I know of now. So anyone that wants to come up to the executive committee meeting that's happening upstairs is welcome to. But we do have two here that would like to do it. So if I don't, I know Mr. Ginocchio wants to as well, but Miss Elizabeth Stump, the new Northern Area, well, not the new, the current and still Northern Area Coordinator, would probably literally kill me if she wasn't the next one after me. So new lifetime member, Elizabeth Stump, everybody. I'm sorry? Oh, handshake? And we do have one more that I know of at this time, at least. Mr. Oh, we got two more. Okay, well, we'll do you first. Okay, all right, well, we have a few. It's a party now. All right, so first, we'll line up on this side, I guess. Apparently it's a party. So Mr. Stephen Ginocchio affiliated with Contra Costa County. So let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you, sir.
Are we doing a hug or a handshake? It's whatever. Wait, let me get more pins. All right, so we have a couple more, I believe. Re-elected at-large member Graham Brown, treasurer of Alameda County, is now a lifetime member. So let's give him a round of applause. I hope this was documented. He said very sexually explicit things to me, and I don't feel comfortable anymore. Yes, he did. Thanks, Adrian. Thank you. That's right, the lights were on. It's okay. And we have Mr. Kyle Tom coming up. for a lifetime membership.
Thank you, man. Congratulations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
We got pictures.
So I know of at least a couple more. They might be happening upstairs at the executive committee meeting that's happening in the Sutter boardroom. If anyone else would like to, well, Mr. Regier, would you rather do it upstairs or would you rather do it here? All right, Mr. Regier, our new treasurer for the Libertarian Party of California. I have a Chris Edgar joke, but I feel like that's been played out. I've done that way too much.
No, I think this is the last one.
So Mr. Jason Regier, our new treasurer, already helping by becoming a lifetime. All white people look the same to me. It's not my fault, I'm brown.
However, Max Jimenez is wearing a blue sport coat.
That's my sports coat. I just want to say, where would you like to be pinned? All right, Mr. Jason Regier. Anybody else that would like to get pinned here in front of everyone and do the whole embarrassment? All right, we do have one more lifetime membership here, and it's going to be our new at-large member, Mr. Tom Nichols, who is requesting, wait, let's hold for the applause. He will get pinned by my predecessor, Mimi Robson. So let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to being a life member. Are there others?
Well, no, and I will just say, you can, if you want to become a lifetime member today, you can get pinned by anyone, literally anyone. Even Steve Ginocchio will pin you. He's no one. He doesn't matter at all. I want to make that super clear. He'll do it. Richard Brown, who could give two shits about you, will pin you if you become a lifetime member. It's part of the contract. That's just where we're at.
Okay, but I gotta say something.
Please.
Okay, so last year somebody wanted to be pinned for a lifetime member, and it was Ben Weir. And what he wanted me to do was stick it in his chest and slam it in. Anybody wants that? No, true story, true story. Anybody wants that? I'm not doing it. But I betcha. I will betcha. Our new chair would do it.
I think you would too. As Mr. Alfstead can attest to, I will do anything you want and more. So all lifetime members, if they'd come up here for a picture, a group picture would be great, just so that, yeah, all lifetime members come up here, please.
And I'm going to just, we're not in session or anything, but I didn't do this earlier, and not many people are here, and nobody cares what I'm saying, so I don't care.
We care. We care. We love you, Mimi.
I will still be here. I am not going anywhere. I will be a thorn in people's sides if I need to. But what I really want to say is that for anybody here that's a candidate, for any county that needs help with ballot arguments, with treasury stuff, especially, I am actually really, really good with FPPC. I'm still going to be around. I'm not going anywhere. I am not, I've been here too long. So I am here to help any county, but you have a new way to reach me, which is not chair@ca.lp.org. Because that's his.
If you'd like to join, so anyone who became a lifetime member between last night, anytime this weekend, please come up on stage. Still here. If you'd like to join us for the photo.
I hate photos, but I'll
I mean, it's up to
hide
you.
behind
Completely up
people.
to you.
By the way, hmrobson1@gmail.com.
It's completely up to you. All right, we'll go in the middle here. After you. You can.
So my tablet is now in the hands of someone else.
You don't have a tracker on it or anything like that?
No, it's not. We left it at lunch.
Do you have a lost and found down here? Maybe someday.
We checked. So somebody picked it up, and they're the owner of a brand new tablet.
Sorry to hear that.
Curse upon them.
It was at lunch upstairs or
No,
down
it's
here?
downstairs.
All right, new XCOM, let's go.
I had custom made the leather case.
And that's the problem when you're at an event like this. You get comfortable leaving your stuff on the table to go places, and then you go to a public place and you forget. Well, sorry. That's a bummer. Really hate thieves.
Hey, Keith's going to ask this. Maybe you would know. So for at-large, alternate, do you actually have any responsibilities?
Nope.
Or you only slide in?
No, all you do, that's why it was kind of, my speech was short, but I mean, if I'm going to be in the position, there'll be something to say when I'm advocating for the Libertarian Party.
This is a very good chance that you could step down all the time.
So if you're at a meeting and someone needs to step aside for personal business or whatever, and you slide in, the first alternate slides in first if there's two people.